All right, what are we doing here? Hamilton fastest? No, he's going to win the unprecedented eighth. I don't believe it. And I cannot believe that I wasn't here to stream it with you. For that, I apologise. What are we doing here? Am I reading this right? I dipped out of in and out of testing all morning. 129.379. So much for Mr. Charles Leclerc being 1 second faster. Do you know what I mean? Genie, Benzi, Pope, San Miguel. What are we doing here? I just can't even. We have ourselves a season. Houston, we have ourselves a problem. For the avoidance of doubt, we are T-minus 26 minutes. For the PM session, the second day of testing, Lewis Hamilton apparently holds the whip. And I don't know how to decipher for all of this, I'll be honest with you. It's a bit techie. Like you don't want to, as a seasoned F1 fan, there's not too much to be invested in absolute terms, pace, in testing. But like I'm off to a flame, I simply cannot help myself. I'm reading very deep into these numbers. You heard us go through yesterday the time difference between Max and Lando once Max had put on the bloody medium compound tyres. It was techie, wasn't it? 0.2 in sector 1. That's got to mean something, eh? 0.2 if both of them are going balls out. But then in race pace over the long runs, when you started to average them out on both the C2 and the C3, you could put an A4 piece of paper between the two of them. That's how thin the margins were. And I just don't know what that means. Easy for president, says Benzi. Genie, down, in and out today. Busy one, but it'll be better. You're a legend, Genie. It has been chaotic, eh? I was just watching, go on, before we start talking some testing, I was just watching the review, Sky Sports F1. One of the things that they do well, when you've got a bit of downtime, if you want to catch yourself some F1, I was just watching the review of the 2024 season. Not that we weren't there, but just to refresh. Oh, the humanity was chaotic. It wasn't half chaotic, was it? Lando and Max and Christian and Misconduct Gate and Adrian knew he's going to leave and McLaren flexing and Rob Marshall and Peter Pedroma and Neil Woodley. Mate, if it's anything like that this season, imagine this season says, I will see you that 2024 and raise you this. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. You'll forgive me for drinking some Bull that is red. I can't flag again today. I'm going to pace myself better. You March, the legend that is Gio. 100% Gio. We have to wait till Australia. I was trying to pitch, hopefully Sir Baxter can drop in at some point. What's going on the Foxy Century? I was pitching to Baxter. I was like, Red Bull are going to be quick. McLaren are going to be quick, but I don't know who's going to be quicker. Baxter was like, chill out, mate. It's only testing. Again, seasoned F1 veterans. That's how they talk, apparently. But I can't help myself. This is F1 barbershop talk, right? This, ladies and gentlemen of the F1 jury, is the reason why we have the channel in the first instance. Tyson out here being super generous again, so you are far too kind, gifting memberships. And if you want to become an elated peddler, a member of the channel, obviously there's no obligation, but feel free to. Every little bit helps, do you know what I mean? You'll get yourself access to some sexy emojis. So to preference priority indeed in the chat, a Discord group and a cheeky newsletter on the community tab. Hopefully, aspirationally once a week, but I go. Go on then, so what did we have this morning's session? Tyson, you're a different caliber. Welcome, Crispy, Lang and Marco. Lewis Hamilton on a 129.379. The reason why we can't invest too much in these times in absolute terms is why? Well, because there are variables underlying. You want to be doing, if you're doing a comparison with a view to try and ascertain who's the fastest team and or driver going into 2025, you want to do that on a like-for-like basis. Apples versus apples. You cannot know, however, what strategy these bods are on. When I say strategy, I'm talking about what program they were doing. Was Lewis Hamilton on a glory run when he did the 129? Or was he doing long runs, testing for race simulation? We do not know that. Hence why it's very difficult to pull at the threads and understand in real time the underlying truth as to that how genuine that pace was. Imagine Lewis just had 1 kilogram in his car and then went and did a 129. Well, that would make sense, right? Because that's a qualifying lap proper. But imagine Lewis had 100 kilograms in there or 20 of fuel. Then that makes a difference. 129.379. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. What is? You're a legend. No, Tyson is a different caliber. Always. Thank you so much, Tyson. But the enduring support of the channel, Jomo, moderator extraordinaire, in here blessing us with his moderating capabilities. So go on, let's have a look at the timesheets. Lewis on a 129.4. I'm not even going to do 3 decimal places because it grows tiresome. Lewis on a 129.4. George Russell 0.4 adrift. Carlos Sainz an additional 0.3 adrift. Pierre Gasly in 4th. That's not bad. 1.0 seconds adrift of Lewis Hamilton. That's not bad, eh? And you got Alonso, Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri. What's Oscar playing at? Is Oscar just on race simulation duty? I mean, if Lando was that quick yesterday, where's Oscar? This makes no sense. But yeah, again, I'm contradicting myself, aren't I? Straight away, early on in the stream, Oscar Piastri in 7th, Lawson in 8th, Nico Hulkenberg in 9th, and Esteban Ocon in 10th. Already I can hear myself listing them out, and I'm like, well, Cameron, you're contradicting, mate. You just said there's nothing to be seen here as far as times in absolute, but I can't help myself. You will forgive me for being a moth to a flame under the umbrella heading of trying to get to the truth. I want to know who the fastest car is on the grid in 2025. McLaren, maybe. Go on then, you guys let me know. First vote of the day. Yeah, but get excited about. I know I did. I did get a bit excited. You know why I got a bit excited about Max? Go on then. Let me give the context to this. For the longest time, you remember, I want to say it was last season when Max came out and he put some quick tyres on the mediums and just destroyed the field. You remember that? And they came in and all of Red Bull were happy. Christian Horner was just T-minus 20 minutes till we get ourselves the second session of the day, the afternoon session. You'll recall that they were all super happy. It reminded me of that. And then Max Verstappen and that Red Bull, maybe the Red Bull more so, were dominant for the first leg of the season, right? Seven wins from the first 10. Yesterday reminded me it was very similar. I know history doesn't repeat in F1, but sometimes it does rhyme. And I feel like there were parallels. The way that Max, I mean, for the longest time, out there on the hards, right? White compound tyres only. And then later on, he goes and puts on the yellows. And then all of a sudden, we see the true pace in inverted commas. Although some say that Lando Norris did his quick time on a full tank of fuel. Some say that Max did too. Therein lies a parallel now. So if you're comparing Sector 1 and Sector 1 of Lando's hottest lap and Max Verstappen's, Max to be 2/10 up on Lando in that McLaren is meaningful. That's got to matter. And that's why I got a tad excited. I felt like I was onto something. I still might be onto something, but there's no way of us knowing really until ultimately we get to the first Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time, as at Australia. It is going to get techie, I'm telling you. Then techie things. What's going on? What is? Can we get an icon of Lewis in the Ferrari red? Yeah, what is? I'll sort it out. Honestly, what is? It's chaos at the moment. I'm trying to juggle so many balls, circle so many different wagons. 342 of you in the chat already. Let us go. 11:41 is the time. T-minus 19 minutes till we get ourselves the PM session of the second day of testing 2025. Theo says, I'm sure a lot of Ferrari fans are very sad with the results today and they're looking forward to a look at. Well, go on then. Let's start. Are we talking about Charles and Lewis already? Oh, the humanity. Oh no. Yesterday we said that the 1 second, there's no way, even if you're going to buy into the Lewis is past his prime theory, there is no way that you can give any sort of credence to Lewis being 1.0 adrift of Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc might turn out to be quicker in 2025 than an aging Lewis Hamilton, 40 years old, only 3 40-year-old champions ever, only one champion has ever won in 3 cars or more, one Manuel. We know the drill. You get it by now. I've gone through that a gazillion times. I will save you. I won't labour the point. But there's no way that Lewis is so past his prime, if indeed he is past his prime, that he's 1 second adrift of Charles Leclerc, aka modern day Jean Alesi, at the Bahrain Sakir International Centre behaviour. So I'm not buying into that. I would be, for me to give that thesis any sort of credence, even though ostensibly it looked like that on paper. If you're just believing your eyes and what the numbers say, you could be forgiven for believing that Lewis is circa 1 second adrift. But again, this is the beauty, the gift and the curse of testing, that there is an underlying, it's an onion, it's a layered narrative, and you've got to pick and peel at it to get to the core. Don't just believe what the numbers are telling you. There is no way, beyond reasonable doubt, that Lewis is 1 second slower than Charles Leclerc, and you get to see that today. It's interesting, the timing. I was saying today that Max always likes to do the last day, right? So they'll split the first day half and half, and then they'll send in the second driver, in this case, Liam Lawson, and then he'll do the groundwork, and then Max Verstappen will come on and sprinkles. He'll get the benefit of doing like 10 out or 7.5 hours when the car is at its most developed over the course of the 3 days. Smart. Charles Leclerc will be coming in second half of the day for Lewis, right? So that's going to be interesting. Oh my God, there was so many questions. I don't know. They're all just testing for. I will go great this season. It may not be Lewis in the top seat. Here's hoping, though, Genie, it's going to be chaos. You know what I need to do? That's what I need to do. I've been wanting to check the odds. You know that I'm a bit odds obsessed and probabilities. As at the last count, Lando Norris was favourite to win the Drivers' Championship. He was, I promise you. The odds, if I recall correctly, Lando Norris was 28.5%, I want to say. Max Verstappen was 26.66 recurring. When I tell you these probabilities, that's me assuming that these odds checkers are doing a simulation run, almost. Running the simulation in the Drivers' Championship for 25 entire 100 times, and then saying that Lando will win circa 28 of those times, and Max will win 26.6 recurring. Now, however, interestingly, Max is less, 26.6 yesterday. Max is now 25%. This is not financial advice. It is. We cannot, you two several times over the same seasons. Stop being a fanboy. What's going on? Ghost on YouTube. Theo, what Sainz has out qualified? For a full season. Are we talking about Sainz and Leclerc? Look, here's my stat. I really like a little bit of Carlos Sainz. T minus 15 minutes till we get ourselves a PM session. I really like some Carlos Sainz. Is he the driver that Charles Leclerc is, though? A to B. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a theory that belongs with the abbots of unreason. If they both had their Weetabix that morning, there's no way that Carlos Sainz can keep with Charles Leclerc. There is no way. He's a brilliant driver. Here's what Carlos Sainz has over Charles Leclerc. Consistency, you can argue the toss on. I would argue that Carlos it's his race IQ, and it's more than race IQ, isn't it? It's his ability to read a race. So, what am I talking about here? It's his ability. It is race IQ. It is race IQ. Are you a legend? I wish that I could read that. I'm sorry. Is that kanji? I don't know. You're a legend anyway. Thank you so much for the donation. I apologise for being an absolute... And the joke is I did study Japanese, if indeed that is kanji. In your humble opinion, how long do you think it will take for Lewis to get his first win with Ferrari? I don't trust these test data. Top 5 are sandbagging. Oh, the humanity. Far too kind as well. How long will it take for Lewis to get his first win? Ain't no telling. If I were to overweight some of these tracks, historically the ones that Lewis does best around, he's very good at Australia, isn't he? He's very good in Canada. I was going to say Monaco there, but anything can happen here. If he qualifies well in Monaco, but he hasn't been qualifying very well, so probably not Monaco. Well, we said Canada, we said Silverstone. Silverstone he's not bad at. Spain he didn't used to like, but Spain was more... Yeah, it's the Barcelona circuit still, isn't it? Madrid next year, I think. He's not great around Barcelona. So I think if you're going to place... This is not financial advice, but if you're betting on Lewis, Canada is brilliant. if he's had his Weetabix, almost unbeatable, and has a car underneath him, and fortuitous circumstances, if that day the racing gods are smiling upon Sir Lewis's shoulders, then Canada, Silverstone, and there's one other. Austria, maybe. He's gone well around Austria. And Hungary, maybe. Those are probably like the 2 or 3, but that's Canada and Silverstone are his tracks. Or he goes well around Kota sometimes. Las Vegas too. Well, I mean, it was good Las Vegas. But I'm looking for the ones that he's had the most winningest records around. I never thought I'd see, if Lewis had a car, I never thought I'd see him beat around Silverstone. Silverstone is the what? Well, you saw Silverstone this year, right? Fortuitous circumstances a little bit, but rainy, and he just got more than his 10,000 hours in around there. T minus 12 minutes to get ourselves a techie, then techie session, PM session, second day, 3 races. Lewis will start feeling comfy third or fourth, and that's another point, Genie, that Lewis has historically past his prologue. Lewis doesn't. You see, like we talk about Max, that he jump in any session. Max just jumps into the car and he's go. He's on it. Lewis, as far as his performance profile over the course of the season, if past his prologue again, it takes Lewis a while to kind of play his way into the crease. So I'd argue, I'd disagree ever so slightly respectfully with Genie. I'd say, when is Silverstone? What race is Silverstone? I reckon Silverstone kicks onto the calendar this year, right around the time when you'd expect Lewis Hamilton to be hitting form. Let's have a cheeky look at the calendar. I should have this on tap. All right, so Japan. Yeah, he's not bad around Suzuka either, to be fair, but let's have a gander. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Canada. Okay, so here we go. Canada, Austria, Great Britain. Those are you Lewis Hamilton tracks, right? So race 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. So around race 9, 10, and 11, you would expect 2 things to happen. You would expect Lewis Hamilton to have played his way into the crease, to have acclimatised himself into that car and the team, and then you get like a series of 3 tracks around which he's pretty god tier. 2 in particular being Canada, 13th to the 15th of June, and July, the 4th to the 6th of July. So June the 13th, well, June the 15th for the race at Canada, the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve, and then the 4th to the 6th of July. So the 6th of July, I mean, imagine there's rain in Silverstone, then all bets are off. So you'd be a crazy person to back against Lewis if there's rain at Silverstone and he has a car. Oof, we're gonna no, it's gonna get techie. The necky Australia, mate. Yeah, Australia too. Sorry. So Australia is brilliant around. I think he's the winningest driver at Australia. He's won a lot, 3 times, maybe 4 times if I recall correctly. T minus 9 minutes. Did you hear the rumours that Susie Wolf may run for FIA president? Oh wow! If she does run for it, won't it be beneficial for say conflict of interest settings? Right, but you've got to think that they're professional enough. Do you know what I mean? I tell you what, the other team principals, Christian will not be voting for that. If indeed he did have voting rights, which he doesn't, but he'd be canvassing to make sure. But Susie Wolf, I think she's still got a court case ongoing in the French courts against the FIA, but their accusations. They're unfounded accusations of conflict of interest, infringement of. Excuse me, I'm going to keep myself hydrated today. Umanch, his presence allows froze hearts, a shadow of pure control. The car does what I want it to do. Fear didn't follow him, it belonged to him. Of whom are you talking, Umanch? Surely not Maximilian Verstappen. Forcing to be 5-time champion, some say. Surely not. I mean, Umach, I think you'll appreciate if you go and read or listen to, depending on your particular proclivity, alliteration settings. Get it out there in the end, Cameron. You want to go and read Mark Hughes' book, Unstoppable. In there, he goes into some detail on Mr. Verstappen. It's very, very good. I would recommend it. Who do you think is going to crash the most this year? Well, it's got to be one of, if we're paying probabilities, Stephen, it's got to be Silverstone is the house that's Lewis Hamilton. But I tried to learn the Crofty thing. What was it? Perez at Leclerc, and through goes Hamilton. I learned it once upon a time, but I've since forgotten it, of course. Crash. Hajar will crash a lot. Bless him. T minus 7 minutes until a PM session, second day of testing. Hajar will crash a lot. I think Liam will struggle with the car. If yesterday's anything to go by, I think it is what's going on with that Red Bull. It's one of those ones where Max will have that car and its handling dynamic flatter to deceive. He'll drive around some of the inequities of that RB21. He'll make it look like a world beater when it is a world beater, but a world beater with the addendum, the footnote, that it's a world beater that's very hard to drive, very temperamental, a little bit twitchy still. You've got to be on your toes. And because Max Verstappen is Mr. Damage Control, please see as your Exhibit A, Brazil 2016, there's a couple of different examples when Max does these incredible catches, but the car really should be in the barrier. And he just has this way, his car control is ridiculous, right? When Mark Hughes in the book says that his gift is that he has this ability to allow an oversteery car in the low, the slow turns, the slow medium duration even turns. He has this ability to allow the car, the rear end of the car, to kind of float around him. He's yeah. So sorry, I say all that, Stephen, to say that I think Liam will struggle in that car. Saw it yesterday. He'll struggle to keep it on the. It's tough to set up. It's mercurial yet and still the RB21. I listened to a dozen podcasts to hear what other people were saying about that RB21, particularly the boys and girls over at the race. Ed Straw, Scott, what's his name, and somebody else, Mark Hughes in particular. They all said to a man that looking at the Red Bull, particularly at turn 10, which is the medium duration, medium speed turn, the right-hander, they're looking at the Red Bull and its handling dynamic, that they can see that it's not an easy drive. It's very, very mercurial, is that RB21. I think Liam will struggle at times. Not that he's a bad driver, but I mean, if the car's twitchy, then the probability that there'll be a higher frequency rate of yeets into the barrier will be higher than, I don't know, say a Bartoletto in that Sauber soon to become Audi. Right, let's go. I need to get some things up, don't I? 385 of you watching concurrently. I'm grateful to each and every single one of you, as we are T-minus 5 minutes away from second session of the day. Second session of the second testing day. Halfway point, they said on Sky F1 just now. What have we learned? Well, I think we've learned some things. Before I chime in on who I think is the quickest car, let me ask you guys, first poll of the day. What's the pick to click? And then you guys are going to let me know, and then I'll tell you who I think is the quickest, based upon my extensive research. Hang on, go away. Leneke, T-minus 4 minutes, and then we'll get some metrics up as per usual. Hey Cam, when will see you in Sky Sports? Oh, Prost, we had this conversation yesterday, didn't we? As much as a compliment as I know that is, I think I'm you guys are the priority. You guys in this platform are my priority now. I'm not looking to go and necessarily build. Sky F1 don't need me. They don't need me. Not now. Maybe at some point in the future, but as the numbers start to build and the community starts to grow, maybe at some point. I mean, Tomo's on there nearly every week, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see Tomo, the legend that is friend of the channel, on Sky Sports in some sort of full-time capacity. But he likes his style of life this time. I don't know if they're going to get him out flying out every race weekend or anything. I think I'm too outspoken. I can't. For me to go on Sky Sports F1 with my current demeanour and my personality and the way that I talk, I don't think we'd be compatible. It would be an early divorce. Those guys got to toe the party line to a greater or lesser extent, and I don't think we'd be a fit. I'm really curious how Liam keeps up with Max and the Red Bull. I think he'll struggle. I've got a feeling it will struggle. Max looked really happy yesterday afternoon, didn't he? And I just think Liam's... To be fair, Red Bull have been all over the shop today, right? Doing as McLaren did yesterday, struggling with reliability. I mean, it happens. It's testing. It's always going to happen. So maybe we shouldn't read too much into it. As Sir Baxter was telling me yesterday, I need to get I need you guys to tell me something actually. 1 second, let me do that. We are going to do a shakedown later on, and I'm thinking potentially to do the shakedown. Yeah, I feel like we might do the shakedown live, just because I'm a lazy content creator, and we're going to argue at some point. I think so. It might make for good. It might make for good viewing. Let me know if you'd be down for a cheeky live shakedown. As versus a video, a filmed one. I need to start doing more videos on the channel because I'm overweight lives. Oh yeah, no cars on track, wet, weather pending. But you and Peter should start a podcast. I think we've already started one. GI, the F1 Hour, eh? I might rename it though and just call it the Peter D Windsor podcast or something like that. I think it's only apropos, since Mr. Windsor does most of the heavy lifting on there. What are we shaking? Drinking style, I don't know. Matt's fans are not stuck in 2021. That is hilarious to say. Oh, what are we? Okay, modern day Jean. You'd bring so much to a national broadcast, but I don't want to share you, modern day Jean. That's very kind. I just think I think my time. I think 10 years ago I would have killed to be on Sky Sports F1. That would have been the goal. I would have loved nothing more. But now I think times have moved on. New media versus old media. I don't want a Judas Iscariot. New media. I and you and me and we are new media, and I don't want to jump sides. Is the honest truth. I appreciate you saying that though. Modern day John, you're a legend. Modern day John is a trick, by the way. Do you see it? I'm inclined to say, similar with Jeannie's name, I'm inclined to say modern day Jean rather than modern day John. I see what you're doing there. Genius. Go on then. Right, we have ourselves a session, but we don't have any cars on track yet. What I need to do, I'll read out these and then I'll get some metrics up so we can see and talk. Since they're already into the load 129s, how much time do you think they still have in hand, and what do you reckon will be the pole time for Bahrain? Everybody always loves this. I just think I don't know, is the honest. I think, okay, go on then. Let's do some maths. In Tomo's big fat quiz, I think year on year, they tend to gain like anywhere up to a second, or at least between 24 and 23 they did. Last season of this rule on reg set, so I don't think you'd expect to gain a second on last year's. Anywhere between 0.6, 0.7 maybe. That might be a bit conservative. 0.6, 0.7 maybe. I'm saying it faster than the Bahrain pole last year. That'll get you ballpark as a person who's meant to be forecasting for a living over here. I read in an interview that Lewis stated he gained more respect for Alonso and Vettel for what they did with Ferrari. I read that as well. I was surprised by this, considering rivalry with them. Yeah, I suppose he's just speaking to his own acclimatization journey, that he's gone into a brand new team. I think both of them won their first race at Ferrari, right? Alonso definitely did in Australia. There was a bit of fluke in there, but unfortunately to circumstances. But nevertheless, I mean, you've got to walk a mile in somebody's shoes, right, before you judge them adversely, some would say. Fun fact about Prost, as in Alan, in Romanian, Prost means stupid, but Alan was anything but touche. Daniel. Very good. TV, paper, media, dead and dying. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, Ginny. I think you're onto something there. Look at this number again. 444 concurrent views. Like what? Keeps popping up, chat. I'm telling you. The if I were a superstitious person, I'm telling you. Yeah, I think about 0.75. So in and around there, I think it would be more if it were not the last year of this rule and reg set. I think last year it was like 1.2 between 24 and 23. Not Bahrain necessarily, but some track. You watch Tomo's Big Fat Quiz. You'll see it. Starlight, Romania, please don't start. Romania's a good country. The country of Georgie Hadji back in the day, if you're a football fan. Vettel and Alonso had, for what it is, was runs at Ferrari. Vettel smoked Raikkonen from 15 to 18, which hurt Kimi fan. Yeah, but I mean, by that time, was that a prime Kimi? Right, let me get up some metrics. Was that a prime Kimi, really? I'd argue, nah. If you're talking prime Kimi, I don't think Vettel would have stood a chance. I wonder why Sebastian Vettel, I'm quite precious about pronunciations, but Sebastian Vettel fans are even more precious about pronunciation, aren't they? To the point that it's ad nauseum. Right, let me get some metrics. Right, let's get some metrics up. Let us go. Boom, 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 boom. Oh wow, did you hear Alex Jake say that Isaac Hadjar was faster than Bortoletto? But speed by itself doesn't win you championships is the issue. That's the problem, mate. You know that it's more complicated than that. Just is. Right, go on then. Let's get some metrics up and then we can talk. Boom, 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 boom. Right, let's get comfy, eh? Oh, let's go. Good ones. Bear with. Talk amongst yourselves. Christian Horner on the mic. Bless him. Educating us, teaching us to suck eggs. Testings about data. Blah, 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 blah. Right, let's go. Oh no, you can't see. No. Christian says we've understood some of the limitations of RB20. The team have worked very hard. Here's the thing. Go on then. Let's talk about this RB21, right? Because it's Jekyll and Hyde, isn't it? Most people look at it on the outside and say, well, it's the same car. It's RB20.1 per se. There's no diff. It is indeed the same car. What's changed? But the truth, per Christian Horner and anybody else sensible that you want to listen to, the truth is something like this, isn't it? The truth is that the car was good last year. They didn't need to dial in any additional points in downforce. All they needed to amend for that, for it to be a world beaten, a constructors' championship winning car, was make it more drivable with already the downforce that it had built in. That was the problem. I did indeed see Lucas. I did indeed see Lewis P1. But you missed the opening stanza, Lucas, where I just said that we need to be a bit guarded. Just as per yesterday, do you know what I mean? For me to say that Charles Leclerc was 1 second down the road from Lewis, equally, for me to start talking about Lewis as the pole sitter would be just as stupid, right? I'd be barking up the wrong tree of unreason, Lucas. So as much as I'd love to celebrate with you that Lewis will be an 8-time champion, 100%, with 100% certainty, sadly I can't do it. Can't do it, won't do it. Because the truth is we don't know. We don't know. Maybe Lewis will drop it on pole in Australia, a track around which he's gone really well, erstwhile and hitherto. But he is just, I just don't think you can. I don't know how much you want to be invested in that. Why are you slacking today? What's this 11th? Let's go there. I know. Neil, you guys saw me dying yesterday. I was like, you know what? I need to get. And the joke is I didn't even sleep. I might as well jumped on at 6:30 and just chopped you up with you guys. So we're moving mad. Iman says with the London twang, he was moving a bit mad. No Albon or Verstappen. No Lawson all day today and Sainz all day today. So I'm reliably informed. Good night, Caroline. Get some kip. You're a legend. Neil says I'm slacking. Foxy lot a minute. I muted him so I don't start screaming at 11 p.m. on Thursday. Let's go. Oh, the Lewis Hamilton dropping it on pole. Michael says, is Lewis or Charles driving the night session? It is Mr. Charles Leclerc, aka modern day Jean Lazy, if I recall correctly. And it is night session, isn't it, basically? Lewis on top of things. I see Daniel. We're getting ahead of ourselves. One, like I don't mind. I mean, we'll take anything that we can get as Sir Lewis Hamilton fans. I gave you another super chat, by the way. Thank you so much. You're too kind. I missed it. Okay, thank you so much. Too kind. How will the hierarchy change? If I ever miss a super chat, make sure I know because I never want to do that. It's egregious an act. How will the hierarchy change after flexi-wing ban? Also, Ted Kravitz said Aston Martin has a good car again. Bring back Aston Martin hype train. I don't know. That's chaos. Go on then. Flexi-wing ban will get a bit techie. So TD18 is due to kick in as at race 9, the Spanish Grand Prix. The rule change, if I recall correctly, states that on the outside portion, the frontmost facing portion of the front wing, that can flex, used to be able to flex 15 millimeters. Now it's 3. The inbound portion, I think it's either 5-3 or 3-2. I can never remember which. Problem with that though for the likes of Red Bull is that they've put all their eggs in the old parameter basket. Imagine in the off season, Because, I mean, when Christian Horner's point was a valid one, as much as I'd love to argue with Christian Horner, imagine you're going into 2025, the season that is, assuming rules and regs will ensue as they were in 2024. Just imagine that's the world that we live in. Therefore, you will build a car, you will overweight for those rules, right? You will build all of the car with that in mind. The suspension. Remember, take a step back and see the F1 wood for the F1 trees as we are T-minus 3 hours and 47 minutes away from the conclusion of second day of testing. Take a step back from the design F1 design wood to see the F1 trees. Adrian Newey's gift, and by extension Mercedes' curse in 2022 was as follows. Mercedes decided that they were going to build a car in silos. Let's build the best suspension over here. Let's build the best floor in this factory. Let's build the best front wing over here. You can't do that, right? It's got to be... Adrian Newey in his book, How to Build a Car, states his principal thesis as follows. The suspension's got to interact with the chassis. The engine, so too, needs to be perfect, supporting what the chassis and the suspension are doing. The three central tenets of building a fast car are as follows, right? The aero map, the suspension, and something else. The aero, and the ride height, I think. Those are the three main tinkers. Obviously, with ground effect, you want to get the ride height as close to the ground as possible. But if you've got flexi-wing regs, you will build the front suspension et al. With that in mind, though. Or maybe I'm just being noddy. I would argue that had Red Bull been certain that the flexi-wing rules were going to change, that their car would be a bit different, that they would have built the car with that in mind, and that's the problem. But it sounds like McLaren, to your question, and thank you again, far too kind, to your question, it sounds like McLaren, Red Bull are the ones most angry with the declaration of the TD18, Technical Directive 18, which is the adjustment of the amount that the flexi wing can flex. Again, that's set to kick in race 9, Spanish Grand Prix at Barcelona. All the other teams don't seem to care. They're like, well, whatever. But I feel like Red Bull will understand more than most acutely that the reason why they lost the championship in 2-4 was in no small part because Rob Marshall et al. Had nailed their flexi wing. So you don't want to repeat the mistakes of Christmas past, right? In fact, you want to fix for them. And I'd argue that Red Bull going into 2-5 have been very focused, more focused than most would expect, on that flexi wing and leveraging for it to reclaim their Constructors' Championship this year. Techier and techie things. Aston Martin, I don't know what Ted's seen. He's seen something different to me than me. I'm not seeing that, if I'm honest with you. I don't think better than last year, but what sort of benchmark is that? What sort of benchmark is that? I would argue not a very good one. They're the point from which they're looking to improve was very low anyway, right? Meaning therefore that any improvement an improvement on as versus the other 9. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Aston Martin looked like they were struggling to me yesterday. Not struggling. Struggling's not the word, but nothing stood out necessarily. I think they're the best of the rest. Mid-pack as per usual. When we see Aston Martin kick in will be next year, guys. 2026, when Adrian Newey starts working on the car from March this year, by the way. Then it will get taken. Although I struggle to believe that Adrian Newey might have had some conversations with Andy Cowell and give them a couple neat winks and nods on this year's car. Off the books, of course. Max, Liam Lawson's doing all day today. And Carlos Sainz is doing all day today much. So you'll see all day Max tomorrow and all day Alex Albon tomorrow. I'd want to do it. Let me have a look at this vote. 44% of you saying Ferrari the quickest. Blimey. All right, here's the general consensus, what I've heard. Again, caveat everything I'm about to say with this. It's really, really hard to establish who's the quickest one because it is testing, of course. However, listening to the boys and girls over at the race and listening to Mark Hughes and reading what Autosport, the general consensus is as follows. Ferrari looked good. I suppose it's probably a better exercise, nay, a better question to say which one of those cars looks easiest to drive. And the general consensus among the experts, the accredited journos who were there in person, looking at the balance of the car and analysing how each of them go through the ever challenging turn 10. Most of the journos who were there in person agree that McLaren probably have the best balanced car. Because remember, this isn't about points, not downforce points at least. This is about drivability. Again, Adrian knew his central thesis in his book, How to Build a Car. He would always say that, listen, what you want to do is make sure you have a quick car, yes, but if you need to knock 10% of that to make sure it's drivable, then you do that each and every single time. You got a car that the driver has confidence in, then you'll get an additional couple tenths out of that. As we saw last year, right, with Max was, and Lewis. You mean Max and Lewis? If you give Lewis in particular a car that he's got confidence in, you're going to gain at least a tenth and change every time. And Lundy praiseworthy. Did you see Leclerc's wins at Monza and Cota last year? How is he overrated? Oh no, man, it's techie this. It's too early in the year to get into the Charles Leclerc debate. So I think overrated by whom is the question. If you're talking to like Tifosi and or modern day journalese fundamentalists, then they do rate him too. As does every fundamentalist of every fan base. You know what I mean? Lewis Hamilton fan base, the extremist ones, still think that he can walk on water, as do Max fundamentalists and Charles fundamentalists. But I feel like in my humble experience, Charles fans are particularly, there is a very unique brand of passion and almost undying eternal love that they have for him. To where I've had arguments where Shez was on the channel, right? Bless him. On the shakedown, Shez says, and Shez is a brilliant mind, but much better than me as far as F1 and outside of F1. And Shez said, quote, Charles Leclerc doesn't make mistakes. There was on a few episodes back, me and Baxley did one of these, like because Shez doesn't miss. He's always like on the money, bless him. And that came out of Shez's mouth. So imagine people less not as educated and more susceptible to confirmation bias and or other cognitive dissonance. Imagine their proclivity towards Charles Leclerc bias. I've had conversations with people when Charles yeeted it into the barrier. Charles fans have blamed it on Carlos Sainz's PR. Huh? Excuse me. Explain that to me. What, Charles found his way into the barrier because Carlos Sainz's PR team are good at their job? No. Apophenia any. Connecting dots, causality dots that shouldn't be connected. Like, what are we talking about? Outrageous. So I don't know. I think some people do overrate Charles Leclerc, but one thing, even for me as a perennial Charles Leclerc hater, it'd be disingenuous of me to say that he's not fast. Objectivity, truth value, alter, partisanship, we will never. I can't say he's not quick point to point, probably the quickest one on the grid. And he races Max Verstappen very well, right? Probably better than any of the other 18 on the grid. You think they ought to, this is a good line of convo. Jolyon Palmer says, sandbagging is nonsense in the modern era. Somebody said that. Somebody said that yesterday, didn't they? Umanch, this is you, I think. Remember, Umanch, you said there's no point in sandbagging. You're tricking yourself. Did you hear Jolyon Palmer just now steal your comment and plagiarise it? I suppose if you're harsh, then there's no odds for it. Oh, by the way, this is a talking point. Did you guys see yesterday McLaren pulling the car, Lando Norris in that McLaren, pulling the car back in the garage right at the end of the session. So before he went out, they were peeling at the flexi in inverted commas wing. Interesting. That's your Exhibit A. What were they peeling at? Exhibit A. Exhibit B. When Lando pulled back into the pits, all day they'd been open and honest about that car, not looking to hide anything, not putting the human wall up. But when Lando Norris pulled back into the pits, they were ultra defensive around that car. There was a human wall around all of it. Photographers were desperately trying to get pictures of it. And then Zach Brown said something to this effect, that listen, as far as the car's concerned, I don't think photographers have seen it all, that we are still hiding some bits. What, chat, is Zach Brown and McLaren hiding? I'm so curious. I'm so curious. I thought that was an interesting wrinkle. I would see too much. It was your stanza, wasn't it? I remember disagreeing with you, but I mean, better minds than me, eh? Kayla, hey, lovely people of the CAM community, how are we doing today? How are you doing, Kayla? I hope you are well. I'm a little tired this end, but you know what? T-minus 3 hours and 36 minutes. You don't get testing every day. Right, I'm going to need to go and take a tiki toilet break early on. Look at me. How very unprofessional. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. At which time we will be quiet. Again, bear with. And we are back. I apologise profusely, but sometimes when you're doing 4-hour streams, do you know what I mean? Sometimes nature does call. 427 if you're watching concurrently, thank you. I'm grateful ad infinitum, particularly the elated peddlers and the moderator extraordinaires amongst you. Grateful as a word, verbiage, does not do the sentiment justice. Will they crack 128? I don't know. Science, nice time. Go on then, let's have a look. Doing too much yapping and not enough commentating. Let's have a gander. Oof, currently, doesn't that look good, eh? Sir Lewis at the top of the timing sheets. Just where he belongs, some would say. 129.4. Russell, 129.8. Sainz. I'm keen to see what Charles Leclerc's got in his bag. But again, I'm guessing that Charles Leclerc might be doing... Oof. Don't hate this from Carlos. Let's have a look at the Carlos Sainz time. Purple's first sector from Carlos. What? 28.7. And then he goes green first time probably, so that doesn't make no odds. 38.3. Let's have a look at... He's on it, isn't he, Carlos? Look at this. Bloody Nora. All eyes on Carlos Sainz. About to jump to the top of the timesheets, potentially. Oh, there he goes. There's a Carlos Sainz Jr. 129.4. Round up. Oof. Didn't hate that. Just as we hear Alex Albon saying that Williams are more focused on 2025. Wow. Well, I mean, bloody Dora. Don't hate that. Alex Albon was just poo-pooing their chances, right? Saying that, well, they haven't gone backwards. He was being super conservative in his characterizations. And then all of a sudden, look, Carlos Sainz goes top of the timing sheets, but we caveat that with this. Testing. That's what this is. Ergo, to look at the timing sheets and think that we can read anything into them is just a tad foolhardy. An exercise in futility, but as a part-time casual, forgive me, I'll say that, and then in a couple of minutes I'll be trying to do it. Oxymoronic of me, contradiction in terms. Any. Right. 322 of you in the chat. Let's go. Prime News is... Oh, flipping Nora, Lucas. This again. Don't focus on the finger or you will miss all the heavenly glory, Lucas. Bruce Lee settings, I've stolen that. Why don't we just enjoy them both? I don't know. It's hard. Carlitos. He's actually on fire, Daniel, or just euphemistically speaking? Yeah, James Vowles did say that. That was just nonsense. Why did he say that? It's incredible that James Vowles would say something as disingenuous as to say that Carlos and Alex Albon were the best team pairing on the grid in 202. What was he on about? What was he talking about really though? This makes no sense. What, ahead of Ferrari in Charles and Sir Lewis Carl? What? No, negative. That's disingenuous. You lose credit and credibility when you say such silly things, James. I know there's agents in there. Look at Carlitos, man from Madrid, wide-eyed, shaking his head a little bit, must have made a cheeky mistake, room for improvement. But that bodes well for Williams, don't it? That does bode well. Mm. 342 of you in the chat. Do me a favour, smash a like. What Lewis Championship do you think was his best? 2007. Lucas, rookie. It'd have been the greatest rookie. He probably is still the greatest rookie season ever. In spite of the fact that he just missed out on the championship. What are you guys saying? 43% still is saying that Ferrari have the... Oh. Alex Albon saying that the car's always been overweight. They've been late on production. They need to sort that out going forward because weight kills time. Prime Lewis versus Prime. I don't know, Lucas. I know. Sorry, I'm coming back to it. You'd love to see it. You'd love to see it. Although, Lucas, if you're gonna do F1 maths, probably the best way of attacking it, right? If you're gonna do some F1 maths, imagine in 2021, Max was 23 years old, probably not yet in his prime. You'd argue then that that Max has gotten better since, I don't know, but you said prime versus prime, haven't you? When are their primes, Lucas, let me pitch the question back at you. What, this version of Max for, oh, no, it's too hard, Lucas, my brain is hurting. Genie, life is better now. Absolutely. You're a legend, Junie. What do you think of the new F1 graphics this year? My OCD's kicking in. Actually, my noddy brain didn't even know that they were brand new. I think they can make them bigger. I'll tell you a couple of things. Take this one for free. Liberty Media. Make the graphics big so people don't have to squint their eyes. Like Mama Cameron will be doing one of these at those graphics. She hasn't got time for that. She'll just turn over rather than squint at the bloody size 2.5 font. That's the first thing. Second thing, and again, have this one for free, Liberty Media. Celebrities around the world will be talking about F1 on Twitter. UFC does a brilliant thing. In the bottom right-hand corner during the fights, it shows the tweets of celebrities, what people are saying about that particular fight. Ergo, kicking off the conversation in bars and homes all around the world. F1 should be doing that. If I don't know, Mark Wahlberg says, "Oh my gosh, this race," tweets, "Oh my gosh, this race is amazing," then put that up on the bloody broadcast as they're flashing up the weather conditions graphic now. Am I missing something, chat? Maybe I'm being too noddy. You heard the rumours that Red Bull will introduce a major upgrade package tomorrow. I have not heard those rumours, Aaron. But Christian Horner's been selling us a dream then all this time, saying, nah, the car will be as it will be. Everyone who's been to, like, the race asked him yesterday, is the car as it will be in Australia? Christian said, yeah, nothing, no amendments over here to see. James Vowles talks like a rehab patient. That's a brilliant e-match. He does talk like a rehab patient. That is impossibly brilliant e-match. U-March even, sorry. I'm all over the show. It's too funny, U-March. You've disrupted my ability to enunciate in a way that's true and fair. James Vowles. I'm gonna copy that. That's too good. I might buy that as well, U-March. That's brilliant. Too good. Joke of the day from U-March. Love it. Brett says, we did see in 2021 Max won it. Well, true. Were they both in their prime though? I suppose you'd argue that Max has gotten better since. This is their F1 maths, right? And then, but you got to factor into the controversial ending and that they were both it. I mean, all F1 modes of discourse ultimately end up at 2021. It's impossible. It's impossible to go a half an hour talking about F1 without mentioning it. You just can't. Can we know AD21 happened within the rules? Lewis would have won. Let's ignore 2021. Well, let's ignore Abu Dhabi. It's too hard. It's too hard to characterise. I don't know. I apologise for eating. I don't know what Mark Wahlberg tweeted. You get what I'm saying, Neneki? Imagine if you had, or Nigel Mansell tweeting out, what an incredible race. Put that on the screen so the people can hear it. Or Jackie Stewart, or Peter D. Windsor, or just like celebrities in the F1 space, or a Tomo F1, or a Josh River. Put their tweets up on the screen so people can nurture the conversation that way. That's not a good idea. You don't think so? I think it's a brilliant idea, Leneke. Not automatically. You got to vet them just like you do the radio of the drivers. But, or Shaq, because Shaq's always at bloody Miami Grand Prix Las Vegas. Shaq tweets out, Lewis is the GOAT, or something. I just think it's a good idea. You should try it rather than be so bloody like stush all the time. 419 if you're watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash the like. We'll be at 444 again in a minute. Watch. That number keeps cropping up. Antonelli, how much fuel did you have in that Mercedes? Like 1 litre, just enough to get him back to the garage, of course. Can we have some conversations on the different tyres for this year compared to last year? What is the C3 equivalent? I do not know the answer to those questions, H6, although one thing I will say about the new combine of tyres, if indeed we're having the conversation under the umbrella heading of which one of these cars is going to be fastest on them. Scuderia Ferrari, that SF24 and SF25, I would argue, has put in the most hours in conjunction collaboration with Pirelli. They'll have a lot of experience with these more experience than the others. Plus, you got Loic Serra, who's the last tyre bender. It's an exercise in futility, right? I don't know. I don't know what the plan is to even do. Are they going to make them more durable? What's I don't know. What they need to do is make sure that these drivers can push on one hot lap without having to manage the tyre deg. That's a bit. I think I'd argue that's a bit much. Just a bit much. Prime Lewis doesn't make that mistake in back. Oh, JP. We got to talk about 2021. Everything always boils to 2021 when you talk about F1 in brass tacks. Always gets there. Like there's no avoiding it. Lineker. You don't like the Twitter. If you watch UFC Lineker, you will see that it works perfectly. You just flash it up for 10, 15 seconds, right? This gives the viewer something else to take in, and then it triggers the cut. I'm telling you, it'd be genius. Vet the tweets. Don't put some random ones up there, but I think it would be good. Especially, can you imagine 2021? Imagine the tweets. Incredible. The mental gymnastics involved to see how two prime drivers would drive against each other is a mind fudge. At the end, you would still reach a subjective opinion, just like from trying to figure out the. I agree with you. It's an exercise in it, but F1 barbershop talk. Right? Why are my eyes watering? What's going on? Let's use this. Here he is. Clinton, the legend that is. Right, let's get some Vicks on the go. Apparently I'm tired, chat. And we haven't even turned the wheel in anger. What's Cameron playing at? Apparently working as an accountant is quite hard sometimes. Zero bandwidth. Lots to do. We are ready for the 2025 season, says Clinton. May the F1 gods give us the most competitive season we've ever had. I don't think you'll need to depend on the racing gods, Clinton, to be honest, because all and sundry, any F1 aficionado worth their mettle is saying that this will be one of the greatest seasons that we have ever seen. And that's got to count for something, right? Not to say that it will. My crystal ball is as murky as the next person's, but all the ducks are in a line, aren't they? All the ducks are in a line, I think. I think we... It'll be a good season. You know, let me tell you guys, this is a theory. Chaos. So, I am inherently, something you guys probably don't know about. In fact, I've said this to you before. I'm inherently insecure. So that means that I'm always like if I think something, I will fact check myself. Oh, what do you think about this? We do it all the time. I think this. Do you think I'm right? Or am I being a noddy B-spec F1 mind? I reckon Max Verstappen will be, if you had to push me, gun to the head, I would say that Max Verstappen is probably favourite to win the championship. With the evidence that we have now, between Max and Lando, right? One of the two. I think you could call them co-joint favourites if you wanted to, at a push. I've had two minds, infinitely greater than me, say over the past 24 hours that they think George Russell is a good shout for the World Drivers' Championship this year. I would tell names, but I can't reveal sources. And it's not Peter Wins. I haven't spoken to him about this yet. But two very, very good minds. One of whom, you know what, I'll tell you. I will tell you. But keep this between us. So I stay in contact with the legend of YouTube, that is Josh Revel. Yeah. And he go on then. This is how you know Josh is good. Because he's got track record. Josh was the first chap he told me last year, keep an eye around race 2 or 3, keep an eye on McLaren's progress. I fancy them. They've got Pedromo, they've got Woodley, they've got Rob Marshall, they've got Andrea Stella, F1's best version of Pep Guardiola as far as an F1. They've got all these bods now aligned. And they've got infinite financial resources by dint of their ownership. They're good to go. This was Josh Revel telling me this. He said that to me last year. Now, speaking with Josh, he was like, keep an eye on George Russell for the championship. So, oh my gosh. And then somebody else said it as well. Maybe I'm missing something, chat. Josh is a legend, isn't he? Proper legend. Got a lot of time for that guy. Really, really good guy. Russell is a great driver, underrated, Andy. So the theory goes something like this. And Diplo, the legend, who's a big George Russell fan, thinks that it might be George Russell's year. The theory goes something like this, that because it would be competitive, please see as an example 2012, that there'll be a gazillion drivers all taking points off of each other, and that George Russell has the temperament somehow to do an Alain Prost and just be a points machine, where the others are crashing into each other and being consistently inconsistent even. The theory goes that George in 2025 could win the championship because he keeps his nose cleaner than most. I don't know if I'm there. I don't know if I agree. Cameron, great name. Same here at work. Right now, with one earbud. Lars, anyone seen the onboards? How do they look? There's a really interesting onboard that we'll take a look a bit later on of the Red Bull FlexiWing. Flexing more than most. I think it's on Sam Collins on the official F1 YouTube channel. Sam Collins shows the Red Bull wing doing as did McLaren's last year at Italy, properly mohawking. So they've got a flexi wing now, and that will, I mean, if you're drawing the waterfall graph of pace between last year's RB20 and this year's RB21, then of course they're gonna add a lot. Pace and drivability, that will help with, right? So I think those who say Max is going to win this year are assuming, in the most simple terms, last year's car was quick. It just struggled as far as its drivability. Tack on a flexi wing and tinker with the Venturi tunnels, and you make an already market-leading car last year a world constructors championship car this year. That's the thesis. Jack, go on and let's have a chat about. I'm distracted. Runners and riders with T minus 3 hours and 16 minutes and 4 seconds left on the clock. 1 hour 20. 1 hour. What do you want about, Cameron? Get serious. Carlos Sainz in a Williams, oh the humanity, currently tops your timing sheets with a 129.4 as near as makes no difference. That rounds up. Lewis Hamilton, having put a lap in a God tier 1 in this morning on a 129.4 also. George Russell, we're rounding up 1 decimal place settings. George Russell 129.8. In fourth, you've got Charles Leclerc, aka modern day Jean Alesi, also setting a 129.8 on medium tyres. Doing in fifth, oh the humanity, smacks of glory run to me. Pierre Gasly in sixth, Alonso, Tsunoda, Piastri, and then you have yourself Liam Lawson on a 131.2. It's been a bit of a nightmare day for Red Bull, hasn't it? Reliability issues in very much the same way that McLaren experienced them yesterday. Why is that such a bad thing? Well, if you want to have reliability issues, then no better place to have them than testing. However, if testing is the place where you want to do deep dives, fact find, get lots and lots of laps in to understand if you have any black holes between correlation in the CFD and the wind tunnel and reality, then testing is where you find it out. To do that, you want to get in as many laps as possible, right? That's not good news. Not for McLaren yesterday in the hands of Lando Norris, and not today, the balls that are red, in the hands of Liam Lawson. Let's go. 450 if you're watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash the like if you will. Loving seeing Carlos. I know I don't hate it. Music is life. I want only good things for Carlos Sainz Jr. One of my favourites. After a Lewis and a Max, Carlos, I want him to do well. I would love it. You know, if he had beat Charles Leclerc last year, I would have danced through the streets naked. I don't care. No hyperbole. I would have done it. They would have had to tolerate me. If the big three teams, Red Bull, Ferrari and McLaren, are on par, then yes, Max Verstappen has the first chance to win. But we still don't have a rough idea. We have a rough-ish idea. Go on then, let's go through it. It's the long runs that I went through on the video yesterday, right? So here's the average. Go on then. C3 average performance. Lando Norris on his long run, he was 132.9. On Max's long run performance, one of them was 133 flat, and then the other was a 133.8. Sorry, 132.8. So the 132.8s are comparable, right? 132.9 from Lando and a 132.8 from Max. That's the average over the course of their long runs on C3. Now, Max did 2 longer runs on C2. The comparable one, the average of that was 133.28. Lando did 11 laps as well on C2s. He did a 133.28 also as average. So as near as makes no difference on the C2. Exactly, virtually identical, as the legend that is Mike Goldberg used to say in the UFC. They're very, very close, chat. Go on, let me just do it. I'm going to get you... Oh, for crying out loud. Let me get you the exact delta between the average. And to pull this together, I just did the... I just took the quickest laps. I averaged out the quickest laps over the long runs. Just a very noddy back of the fag packet calc. I should show you guys this maths, but you'd probably get bored. You wouldn't be interested. Okay, look. So, on C3, Max is a 10th quicker. On the C2, average times over their long runs, Lando is 1,000th quicker. It's going to be close. Race, but oh my God, not even 1,000th. It's not even 1,000th. Less than 1,000th quicker. It's going to be close, chat. Long run pace, they're close. Meaning, therefore, you'd argue, this is why I fancy Max as the favourite. You said always, right, the rules of the channel that as at February 2025, the 27th of, you don't bet against Max Verstappen unless Lando or Lewis or Charles and or Oscar Jack have themselves durable competitive advantage insofar as their team have provided them the car. 517 if you're watching concurrently, do me a favour and smash the like. Do you understand what I mean? If it's close, like you guys are saying in the chat here, if it's close on cars, then you defer to Max every single time if past his prologue, right? If Lando's going to win, he's going to need a car advantage and not just a slim one. It can't be can't be like a couple thousandths. He would need like a 10th or 2. Because we saw him last year. I was watching the review. I told you already. We saw Lando last year when he had an advantage struggle. Imola, Austria, he had an advantage as well. Did he get it done? Absolutely flipping not. And that's got to count for something, hasn't it? If past his prologue, meaning therefore you can only go on the most recent first-hand evidence. In the latter half of the season, Max Verstappen handed Lando's behind to him. Now, normalise for that and say that Lando has the advantage as far as his machinery, the entire 24 races rather than just the final 12, and maybe you've got a different conversation. Perhaps it's only testing, says Kimmy. Yeah, but what do you get? You know what, Kimmy? I'll cite Sir Baxter if your trop's on, he can verify. When people talk about it's just testing, well, just wait then. It's Christmas Eve. I want to get the big box and shake it to try and see what's inside of it. Am I wrong for doing that? Am I wrong for being a passionate F1 fan and trying my best to understand the delta, the timing diff between the two protagonists going into 2020? That's what testing's for. I mean, why are we being joy thieves? I call my missus that sometimes when she's policing our child too much. Stop being a thief of joy, I say. And to those who say it's just testing, wait till Australia, I say to you this: stop being a thief of joy. We enjoy the speculation. This is F1 Barbershop. Might as well just close the stream off and just not watch testing then if we're not going to speculate. What's the point in that? No fun in that, Kimmy. How very dare you be a thief of joy? You know what I mean? No, I want to speculate. My issue, oh my gosh, Daniel, I can't even say the name. My issue is that somehow he's considered conservative. He has children. Oh my gosh, Daniel, you're going to get me in trouble. We don't touch those issues. I'd love to, but it's too divisive. When George sees the red car in his mirror, cue George going off track. Joe, mate, it's techie, isn't it? Do you remember when Toto said you want to get used to the back of our rear wing? Because that's all that you're going to see next season when you run our gearbox. Behave yourself. How comes ads are sharing the screen with you? Ads on, Genie, for crying out loud. It's long and complicated. Do I take them off? I'll try and take them off, Genie. There's always palaver trying to do this, you know. I've reduced them, Genie. It would be foolish of me to take them off entirely, though. It's a long stream. Cam, how crazy that Lewis has 202 podiums. That's upset. I know he's been around a long time and he's been very successful as Lewis. Not a bad peddler, that Lewis Cole chap. Not a bad peddler at all. Some say one of the greatest, if not the greatest. Charlie's not just a one-trick pony. Go study 2024 again and see how good he has become in race management. He overmanaged in Baku and undermanaged in Las Vegas, but otherwise he was strong. Go on and let's dissect Baku, Neil, very quickly, because I think my theory of Charles Leclerc in Baku was that potentially he gave away the victory by yeeting it off in free practice. That extra lap time. I was told once upon a time that you want to build a campaign on these street circuits, that momentum is key, therefore. Yeeting it off for even like half an hour, it's critical time. See a street circuit weekend as you would testing. Build for it then. Think about the weekend as a package deal. Any time spent off track is time that you're losing, and ultimately time that could cost you the race. I would argue this, not necessarily that Charles would have won in Baku, because I mean that mini DRS and the flexi wing were a powerful combination, right? But I would argue that Charles would have been, his chances of overtaking and or beating Oscar Jack at Baku in 2024 would have been greater had he not spent an hour and change off the track in free practice, which is all important. You earn from it. Just odd that it shares the screen. I don't know what you mean. Genie, explain to me what you mean. So I'm curious. It shares the screen with me. I genuinely don't understand. Genie, let me know. Mert locking up, says Clinton. Arav, is Lawson better than Joe? Wow, I mean, you'd hope the Red Bull would hope so. Flipping Nora. If he's not, then he used to have a problem. When everything is on job, Lewis is a monster for any driver. I don't disagree. Sidebar ads. What are you guys talking about? I don't even know what's going on. You are on the left, ads on the right. Fudge, I don't want that. I really, really don't want that. Let me have a gander. I'm so stupid, sure. Go on, give me a second. Let me try and sort out these ads, because I don't want to share the screen necessarily with ads. That isn't a good look. Good Leneki. Leneki, are you a Prime user? Yeah, so we've got, it's not ads on the right, Genie. Genie, this is timing on the right hand side, right? Not ads. You shouldn't have ads in it. Yeah, premium is the way to go, isn't it? I don't know. Just odd. Oh, wow. Flavia says there's no ads. I don't have ads. Boom. Genie, drop me a message in the Discord, or take a screenshot and show me what it looks like. Because obviously we do have the timing, but you'll know about that. Side screen ads is not a broadcast issue, rather on the receiver end. It's just Chrome. Genie. Perfect. Done. 432 of you watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash the like. I say this every stream, but I will say it again for the avoidance of doubt. I'm infinitely grateful ad infinitum to each and every single one of you who supports the channel. This channel is yours. It is built upon your shoulders. Yeah, my name is above the door, but what does that mean? Nothing. You guys are the fundaments of it, indeed the foundations. The arguments that we have, I'm a premium. Me too, Lineki. You know what? I watch so much YouTube that it would be, I'd be remiss not to have premium. I just watch too much. I consume too much YouTube podcasts and bloody. You guys let me know in the chat what podcasts you watch. Carlos Sainz is top of your timing charts with T-minus 3 hours left to go. In my humble opinion, says Neil, Charles' only major weakness now is managing tyre temps in cold conditions. That's where Sainz often got him. I still think Neil, I suspect, though he was better last season, almost perfect, I still think he's got a cheeky mistake. Listen, mistakes sans pressure. No, you want to see how he reacts under pressure, right? When he's in his proper championship. I just think he's got a cheeky mistake in it. Ads will be dependent on your receiving end and what region you're a legend. Can I suspect your authenticity? Sorry, suspect. Freudian slip. I respect your... Cheers, Lucas. I enjoy, Lucas, genuinely, the back and forth. I know we're coming from diametrically opposing viewpoints, but again, this is what the channel's based. Like, the channel wouldn't exist but for the arguments that I used to have with my best friends about whether Lewis was better than Sebastian Vettel. The cheek of them during 2010 and the recency bias of them. They tried to tell me that Sebastian Vettel, when he was winning all his championships, lights to flag, was a better racer than Lewis Hamilton. What? What are they? What? We are, I swear to you, I gave away like hundreds of hours of my life to that argument. Shout out Justin, shout out guys, shout out Jerry. 3 of my best friends in the world. Like, just telling me that Sebastian Vettel was better than Lewis. I was like, you what are you smoking? I goes, you let Lewis Carl get his hands on a car. Even like 75% of Sebastian's blow off exhaust Red Bull. Let Lewis get something similar and you'll see how much better Lewis is than Seb. And it happened in the end, right? 2017. Sebastian, you might want to argue, should have won that championship. He had the car. Did he have the team? Potentially, but nowhere near, mate. Seb, in my opinion, Seb in that blow off exhaust Red Bull was a brilliant driver. Without that blow off exhaust, he was nothing. He was a good driver at best, mediocre. Apologies, you doing a max with the red, but I know, Vincent, it's so bad. So bad. It's a big can as well. That's going to like take years off my life, all that sugar. And taurine. So bad. Nah, says Neil. Joe P. Scholl did well. Stop over driving a car. Yeah, no, but he said, but shot in his defence, in Neil's defence, if we're arguing both sides of this coin, because my bloody eyes won't stop watering. I saw an interview with Shaw recently where he said, I'd had a think year on year, so 23, whatever, lots of mistakes. But between 23 and 24, Shaw's words are not mine. He understood that there are no awards for driving 10 tenths every lap, that there's a time and a place, right, to give your all. And if you kind of like, if you don't spread your 10 tenths effort too thin, then the probability is that you spend less time yeeting it into the barrow like you did so famously at Baku and Paul Ricard. Like, ironically though, his qualifying performance in Paul Ricard has been immaculate. Baku has been like he's got the best qualifying record, but he also yeets it into the barrier there a lot. And I'm like, maybe he's just young. Maybe that's his Max Verstappen 2016 phase. I don't know. Vettel wasn't bad, but he did have good starts. That's what got him there. So there's a couple for. In addition to that, Genie, it was his starts in his ability to pull out qualifying laps out of his ASS, wasn't it? Like he'd do like Ayrton Senna and be last on the track on this glory run, and he'd just go and nail it. And then he did the lights to flag victory. He'd do exactly what Lando Norris needs to do this year and needed to do last year. Drop it on pole, drive away, defend hard and strong into turn one, and consolidate your free position. Defensive posture. Not just Seb, but Michael as well. If they dropped it on pole, you may as well just come back next race weekend because you knew they'd win. Lando, however, wasn't so dependable. I think I've forgotten how how defensively fragile and how frequently defensively fragile Lando Norris was last year. And I was watching the review, I couldn't believe Mexico, Cota, amongst others, by the way. It's just Monza. There were a dozen. Hungary. Okay, so not necessarily an overtake, but appeasing McLaren with a obedience of team. Like he was open. Anderson Paak and Bruno Mars settings are leave my door open. It's his new nickname, I'm telling you. It's apropos. Stop hating Seb, said Kimmy. Kimmy, sadly on this channel, I'm going to speak my mind. This is. Tell me why I'm wrong, Kimmy. Let's have a conversation. What did I say that was inaccurate? Seb was a peddler who drove fast enough to put himself on pole and just disappear or defend that position in the race with all his 100%. And what happened to Umanch? Any time that he didn't qualify, any time that he had to work his way through the pack, struggled. Apart from bloody Brazil that time when he needed to work his way through to win the championship. Every other time he'd struggle, and every top diver has to go over the edge. Neil, is that Neil or is that Shez? Sound just like Shez. True, but I'm just arguing that Charles historically makes too many mistakes, all apart from last year. That's it. The new Iceman, the one they call Oscar. Oof. McLaren's front suspension change isn't working for them. Well, it's working yesterday when Lando put in that bloody purple lap. Go on then, let's have a look at the car. What were they hiding yesterday? Lando did a lap and then he came in and all of those pit crew gathered round the car like a human Berlin Wall. And then Mr. Zach Brown had the temerity to say, you haven't seen everything new on the car. The photographers haven't got to it yet. Yeah, props, Kimmy. But that doesn't, that in no way subverts nor doesn't undermine anything that I've said. That he went in a Toro Rosso. That was good. Yeah, props. But Young Lewis was rapid as it gets. I remember Lucas. So Lewis 2007 Silverstone. What are we doing? That qualifying again, courtesy of Josh Revell for reminding me about it. Go back and watch that on YouTube. The commentary, James Allen. Oh, it's just different. Lewis in 2007 was unlike anything that I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, he had a lot of experience, but noticing that Antonelli's only 0.006 behind. I think he's going for it. He wants to make a statement. I think glory runs across the board for Antonelli. If FP won last year at the Italian Grand Prix is anything to go by, show pony settings. I think he's going for it. I'll be keen to see how many of these laps are proper race runs from Kimi. Not very many, I'd argue. Peacocking. When Formula AI comes in, mistakes will be the same. Oof. Seb was brilliant when he was brilliant, but probably also the clumsiest watcher. Yeah, he just couldn't. When he was coming through feeder formula, he was brilliant. There's a famous clip of him fighting Lewis, and he's fending off Lewis in quicker machinery. Like he was good, but I think he got used to winning lights to flag. He realised that was his lot. That was his gift. I don't know why my bloody eyes are watering. Lewis drove the 2007 McLaren like he was driving he was just incredible that year. I don't know, mate. Go on then. Better argument. Lewis in 2007 or better performance. Lewis in 2007 or Max in 2020. Now we've got a question. Clinton says Charles has a secret weapon in the paddock. Jean Lacy will be cheering on his. I tell you what, Jean Lacy's always in the paddock with Charles. Have you noticed this pattern? They always show Sean, and then I pan back to the Ferrari paddock or the Ferrari pit, and Jean Lacy's there 9 times out of 10. I'm telling you. It's like they're listening to the channel. Ferrari looking good for now, along with Red Bull Racing, along with McLaren too. Easiest car to drive. The guys at the race on their podcast said the likes of Scott and Marcuse and Ed Straw were all at the track. They're all still there. Scott went down to turn 10, the challenging one, the medium speed, medium to long duration turn, the one that causes all the problems. And they said, oh my gosh, here we go, Carlos. I mean, it wouldn't be Carlos Sainz Jr. if he didn't have a cheeky 180. He wouldn't be Carlos. He has to do that. 470 of you in the chat concurrently. Do me a favour and smash the like, please. T-minus 2 minutes, 2 hours, 52 minutes and 8 seconds left on the docket. So go on then. They all said to a man that McLaren, whilst you can't tell who's fastest in absolute terms, not just yet anyway, not enough information, ultimately the McLaren look most planted. And that would make sense, right, given what we know about their development, what they've done with the suspension with a view to broaden the aerodynamic landscape around the front suspension. So too, emphasising the anti-dive, anti-squat. What is anti-dive, anti-squat? Well, better explained by my old mate Break F1, who's got a brilliant video on there. If you type in Break with 3 R's F1 and type in anti-dive, anti-squat, former X Max Verstappen performance engineer will explain that in detail. But the way I understand it, anti-dive, anti-squat is very important for these cars in a ground effect era. Why? Because you get 70% of your downforce by dint of the underneath of these cars, right, the Venturi tunnels. Meaning, therefore, if drivability is a thing, which it is, what you want to not do is destabilize the platform, ergo the gap between the underfloor and the track underneath. Anytime you're braking, the car physics will have a tendency to do one of these to the car as it brakes into the turn, right? Anytime you're accelerating, conversely, the car's going to do one of these. As you would, I mean, you'll see it best in your road cars. If you're accelerating hard, you'll feel the car at the back do one of these, right? Like, you know, you see the dragsters when they go for it 0 to 300 miles an hour in like 0.1 second or whatever. Car does one of these. Just an exaggeration of what these F1 cars will do. The anti-squat is there. It's the suspension at the back to stop the car doing one of these. So you don't need it so much. Anti-squat, I'd argue, is important, but not as important as the anti-dive. The reason being because these lot will lose time in ground effect cars around the slow minimum speed, medium duration turns by dint of understeer. Understeer will kill time in a ground effect era. So again, going into a braking zone, let's imagine turn 1, turn 2, the first chicane at the Italian Grand Prix. You need to make sure that the car, as you're braking from 180, 190 miles an hour into the braking zone, you want to make sure that the car doesn't do one of these, because that destroys the smooth, clean airflow underneath the car. That's why the anti-dive is particularly important, and that's why you have the likes of McLaren so focused, razor sharp on the suspension at the front and the mechanics of the anti-dive. Again, I say all that to say, in simple terms, McLaren between this season and last have done 2 things with that suspension. Focused on the anti-dive and focused on broadening the aerodynamic landscape with which the likes of Peter Pedromo and Rob Marshall have to work with the front and towards the back of that MCL39 car. It's quite a good summary, that. I should try and do this for a living going forward or something. So like, no, Cameron. Humble as well, eh? It wasn't too bad, that. For more, please see me on Sky Sports F1. No, we won't go there. We won't go there at all. And drivability. I say all that as well, and I probably should. The drivability is key in this. I don't think at this late stage of this rule and reg set, these guys are looking to add much more points in downforce. What they're looking to do is make sure the cars are more drivable. The wings seem wobbly. Michael, check out f1.com. There's a Sam Collins video. I'll show you today the picture of. It's a Sam Collins video where it shows Red Bull. Finally, they've got the front flexi wing on. You can barely see it. I don't like the onboard. The T-cam is like not pointed at the right angle to see it properly, but you can see the RB21's front wing doing one of these. You can see it. McLaren are sandbagging. They weren't sandbagging yesterday, I'll tell you that much. Kimmy, it wasn't a bad spiel, that, was it? I'd pay money for that, I would. Quite good. I don't know where it's come from. To be fair, I'm just leveraging. I've watched the break video about 10 gazillion times, and he explains it in there better than I ever could. I tell you what, break, there's a brilliant video I remember where break called out Red Bull for sandbagging at the Spa-Francorchamps Grand Prix a couple of years ago. Do you remember this? And Red Bull weren't too pleased because Blake knew too much and was Blake was such a good content creator, wasn't he? I missed that chap. But yeah, Red Bull, I'm sure he won't mind me telling this story. Blake, in the aftermath of the Spa-Francorchamps Grand Prix in 2023, I want to say, called Red Bull out. He made a video saying, were Red Bull sandbagging? Because he looked at the telemetry and he saw that Max and Checo were easing off the throttle through Radillon and Eau Rouge, you know, the big bits of compression, the right-hander. And Brake argued that the reason why they're easing off through those bits because they fudged the setup. I think it was a sprint race weekend, and Red Bull had fudged at the setup and lowered the car. Remember, the best way you get the ground effect, the best way you optimize for downforce in a ground effect is by running the car super close to the floor, right? You want to almost spoiler it off, like they did with the Lotus 72 or whatever back in the day, but skirt it off to seal that area underneath. In an ideal world, without these rules and regs, if skirts were allowed, you'd want to seal that underfloor, just like they do with that bloody, what's that car called? What is that car called? I can't remember. That grey car that's got the like Goodwood Hill record or something. Anyway, in an ideal world, you'd want to deploy skirts to seal the underfloor off, because that would better optimize the downforce, right? Can't do it because it's not allowed in the rules. So Brake, in his video, still on YouTube by the way, argued that Red Bull was sandbagging because what they'd done is lowered the car too much. They'd been a bit greedy with a view again to maximise the downforce in this ground effect era. Why did they do that? Well, you'd lower the car and run it as close to the floor to optimise for the bloody downforce that you have access to, right? But Red Bull had overcooked it. They'd lowered the car too much. Their ride height was too close to the floor. Now, the reason why the ride height was too close to the floor is because there was excessive plank wear. So Red Bull had radioed into both Checo and Max and said, listen, if you go flat through Eau Rouge, Radillon, we're going to have a problem on skid wear. If you wear the plank too much, it's like 10 millimeters or something, isn't it? If there was excessive wear on the plank, you get disqualified like Lewis Hamilton did at Cota a couple of years ago. And Charles, you remember, excessive plank wear after the race. So Red Bull had radioed into Max and Checo and told them to relax themselves because they screwed up their setup. Sprint race weekend, and Red Bull had dropped the ball and got too greedy on ride height to optimise for downforce. Video's still up there if you don't believe me. Break F1 with 3 R's. Is that when Max got pole on last quali lap by about a second head? It might have been Kimmy. Your memory's better than mine. McMurty, there you go, Neil. The McMurty Sperling. I had Sperling on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't get it off. But yeah, that's sealed, isn't it? Properly, the fan car. Not sealed, it's a fan car. What am I on? Similar but different. 363 if you're watching. Yeah, McMurty, nobody. What's Don saying? Doohan could have won F2 championship. Now he's going to silence everybody. Don, I hope so too. I do hope so. Don't cry for me, Vita. Or Argentina. Ini Vita. Look, here's my opinion on Jack Doohan. Under the right circumstances, is the young chap good enough? Probably. Does he currently have the right circumstances necessary for a young person to thrive and survive? They're looking to sell Alpi. Everybody that I speak to about this, The consensus is that Alpine only hired Fabio Briatore as an executive advisor with a view to sell that entity at some point in the not too distant future. See the next 2 or 3 years. How do you do that? Well, you need to big up their asset value, right? How do you do that best? What's the opening gambit, the Queen's sacrifice of a move? Get a young, good-looking driver in there with the backing of an entire nation who looks just like Ayrton Senna. Oh, I know. There is a driver called Franco Colapinto that fits that bill. They will get him in there soon. Jack Doohan can't afford to breathe too hard because Fabio Briatore is far too ruthless. He will pull that trigger and get Franco Colapinto in that Alpine as soon as bloody possible. Please see circa race 6, 7, 8. Jack Doohan can't afford to do anything, and I don't think it's optimal. I think it's unreasonable to expect Jack Doohan not to get suffocated in such a pressurised environment. It is not fair. It isn't fair. I don't think Jack will. It will need to be Ayrton Senna, or he'll need to come in there like Lewis did in his rookie season. Otherwise, it's going to be a long ride for Jack. Bless him. It's going to be a long ride. And I don't think that's fair. I mean, what else? What do you want him to do though? He's been waiting for this opportunity all his life, right? And it'd be unreasonable to expect him to do anything else other than accept it. And I get that. I do get it. He's got to take the up, right? You miss 100% of the chances that you don't take, Wayne Gretzky. But I just think it's a hiding to nothing. He's going to be another name on the wall, right? Like one of those that came and saw and conquered very briefly in F1. But that's 95% of them. That of those that come through F1, they don't stay too long. And not too many of them have success. There is a heuristic availability, a tendency to look at Max and Lewis and, I don't know, Alonso and Seb and think that that's Michael and think that's the rule, and it's not. It's not. They're the exceptions that prove the rule, that most that ever get into F1, if you do get that far, they don't last long, and they definitely don't win races and championships. Availability heuristic. Right. Drive to Survive out soon, chat. Are we looking forward to it? I am. I tell you, it's not fair. He's done so well for Alpine. Agreed, it's not fair. You might be right, and that is, it's very sad, Starley. I think I am in this circumstance. I mean, I'm not deferring to my very murky crystal ball. I'm leaning upon history, right? Past his prologue. I think he'll struggle. F1 needs more teams. I don't disagree, but you don't need more rubbish teams. You need teams that are going to come in and nail it, right? Stay in for the long term. If they come and go like a Marussia did or a HRT did, then what's the point? Brings the whole sport and everyone into disrepute. I mean, Mohammed bin Sulayem said that they're looking to do 12 as soon as possible. A North Asian team, potentially. Why? Because they're looking to grow into those markets, growth market. Science still up there. No one can top his time. Well done, Carlos. I know somebody will later on. Hyundai potentially as well, Kimi. Can you imagine? I mean, it all if it makes dollars, it makes sense, right? Haas will be connected with Toyota by... What's going on with Toyota, chat? Have you guys heard? Nissan and Toyota were meant to merge now. Maybe I've misremembered that. Now it's not happening. And Nissan are looking for another acquirer, acquisitioner. Drive to Survive, says Starting Samish. It's going to be chaotic, eh? With all of the Christian Horner shenanigans last year. Oh my goodness. I was watching the review. When you watch a review of last year, there's so much that you've forgotten. You've forgotten all of the things that you forgot. Like, it's chaos. Like, instantly they were straight into Christian Horner and the beef with Yas and Max's reaction and Mohammed bin Sulayem begging Max Verstappen to come out and back Christian Horner. MBS has shares in Christian Horner PLC, doesn't he? He just does. But that love is not reciprocated by Christian Horner. He cares not for Mohammed bin Sulayem, but for some reason, Mohammed bin Sulayem is in love with Christian Horner and Maximilian Verstappen. What? I As the president, yeah, of the regulating body, of course. That makes perfect sense, yeah. March the 7th, I know, so the week before. It's weird because they normally do it over testing. I mean, it would be out, if it were last year, it would be out now. But not so. Maybe they're finished editing it. Kimmy's laughing. Danny Rick episode will, oh no, Michael. They need to show, if Netflix are smart, they'll show the piece where Danny Rick is talking about his passion for F1, the feeling that he got, the goosebumps when he interacted with the cars back in the day when they actually made noise. It was like Chariots of Fire, felt like a bull rider getting on like one of the most dangerous bulls that the world's ever seen. Like, do you know what I mean? Talked about him and Carlos in this press conference. It was genius. There is no better advert for F1, but the numpties over there at Liberty Media just have no idea. I've never seen that clip peddled out, especially now that MBS is talking about actually bringing back V10s. Shout out to the race and the podcast of the same name. Like, that clip should be viral. Carlos and Danny Rick talking about the joys and the fear that they had getting in the cockpit of an F1 car proper with a V10 soundtrack. Honestly, it was chaos. Toto has also said the same. Shares. Yeah, no, I think it's true. MBS loves him some Christian Horner. Of course, true and fair, always. I apologise, chat. I don't know why I'm wiping my eyes for. Probably because I keep too excited, struggling to get sleep at night. I just want to see some racing now. By the way, you've seen the times for the first couple of races. Australia. I shouldn't moan. European privilege. First world problems is what I'm talking about here. Maximilian versus Nando Norris versus King George of Kings Lynn. I've done there. It's going to get techie, isn't it? Since you have a platform, can you put to bed this silly argument? Oof. This sounds a bit techie, deal. Can you put to bed this silly argument that Lewis won because he had the fastest car? As if he fell out the sky into the cockpit of the McLarens and Mercedes. Oh, it's a bit techie. Okay, so I think the humanity, Michael. Correct me my enunciation. Oh, Neil, it's too early on in the season to be... Go on then. So, okay, I'll put that to bed very quickly. To say because is the wrong word. Because implies that the sole reason why Lewis won 7 championships is because he had the car. Well, Valtteri Bottas also had the car. Kovalainen, Fernando Alonso. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't work. That argument gets thrown out of court instantly on the grounds of being the fodder of an unreliable narrator and witness. You can't say that and not be an abbot of unreason, because implies that that's the sole reason. Lewis wouldn't have won all those races if he wasn't a brilliant driver. But if you're cutting up the causality pie, if you're analysing the root cause as a percentage of the whole, you've got to give a material slot. You can't win anything in F1 if you don't have a fast enough car. Karan Chandak was doing saloon semantics the other day, saying that I hate to outperform the car word because drivers can't do things that are impossible to physics. True, but don't pettifog me, Karan. You understand what's being said when we're talking about outperform the car. And Lewis, I'd argue, did that some of those years. Singapore 2018, 2005 or 2008, Silverstone. There were examples coming out of my AWS, but I think to say solely because, Neil, betrays either a lack of understanding of the circumstance or just being an abbot of unreason. Not solely because, but no driver wins. I mean, Verstappen for them, it's techie. Verstappen had a car in the first 10 races, right? Otherwise, he would have won 7. And then he outperformed, in inverted commas, in the second half of the Grand Prix, in the second half of the season, but still had a quick car. He wouldn't have won anything if he didn't. Nobody's that good. I'm talking about problems. I think they're talking about Lawson and Oh, they're talking about McLaren. McLaren problems, eh? Sam Collins saying what I said earlier, that, listen, you want to, if it's testing, you want to get out there. McLaren amending for the car in real time, as they have been doing throughout, right? I don't know whether this gives me... I feel like they've got something up their sleeve, but the fact that they're eating into so much of their testing, like they've given away at least half a day now. Yeah, I think Sam Collins is on to something here. I think something is wrong. Something is going on. And I don't like it if I'm McLaren. Nor Liam Lawson in that Red Bull. I think they're tinkering. This is experimentation time, right? If ever such a thing existed in Kimmy, you're a legend and far too kind, Kimmy. I enjoy the back and forth, by the way, Kimmy. Don't ever hesitate to challenge. If it's respectful, call me out on my bull feathers and other people. This is what the chat is for. This is what the channel is for. You need a monster cat, bro. I'm telling you. I think, but monster doesn't taste as nice is the problem. In my humble opinion, I saw somebody reviewing Monster energy drinks, and they said that Monster was god tier. I really enjoy the taste of Red Bull. Silverstone 2-4, Lewis Hamilton over Max in Red Bull. Lewis was the difference. It's hard to say these things. I don't disagree with you though, Clinton. Lewis was brilliant that day, but Max was bearing down his bloody neck. He was. If I recall, setup issues at Red Bull. It's techie. No, Lewis was incredible. It wasn't Toyota at all. Merger was Nissan. Sorry, Nissan Honda. There you go. I'm noddy, Nando. You'll excuse me. Probably Mitsubishi. Oof. I meant to say glove. I missed it, Daniel. Little great. Remove all doubt, but driving a lesser car in his prime. Making me Phoenix different gravy. Per genie as always. Carlos Sainz looks stressed. What's going on with Carlos? As soon as he pulled up after putting that on pole, if indeed there is a thing, as such a thing as polling testing, he just looks stressed. T-minus 2 hours and 30 minutes. Can meet all energy drinks as sugar and water. Surf Sauce. I don't disagree, Surf Sauce. I think you're onto something there. I know that I shouldn't drink them. But in my haste, I'd poured my water and then run upstairs and then forgot to bring the water. Because I'm a numpty. I'm going sugar-free from tomorrow anyway. I refuse. Not anymore. I need to sort out my health portfolio because it's not good enough. Oh, there's rain. There is rain. And your boy Cameron has missed it. 425 of you watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smahoosh the like, por favor. We are T-minus 2 hours and 29 minutes. Cheeky roll call for those who are using me as eyes and ears. We are Carlos Sainz, pole, or indeed top of your timing sheets, having set a time earlier, 129.3. Lewis Hamilton setting a time this morning of 129.4, vanquishing the hopes of Lewis Hamilton naysayers that Charles Leclerc was 1 second faster than Sir Lewis Carl. Leclerc 129.4 up. Sir Lewis Carl has the upper hand, eh? Look at that. Half a tenth quicker than his teammate. Oof. He's probably, arguably setting a time in conditions that are quicker, cooler. Wind, by the way, coming in from northeast-ish. 6.5 kilometers, or now down to 5.0 kilometers per hour. Track temperature 17.3 degrees Celsius. Air temperature 15.1. Humidity sat at 53.0. Your runners and riders top 10 looks like this. Carlos Sainz on a 129.3, rounding down. Sir Lewis, Charles, Russell, Antonelli, Doohan, Gasly, Alonso, Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri. Those round out your top 10. The only positions that matter, of course, if indeed F1 is a piranha's tank, which Ron Dennis says it is. And breathe. Is Max taking the session off? Yeah, no Max today. Max prefers Starley. So they did half and half yesterday, didn't they? Max did the afternoon and Liam did the mornings. Max apparently is of the proclivity to do the final day entire, because let the other driver go in and do the groundwork, the heavy lifting, and then Max gets the car at a stage of its most preparedness, or its most prepared even over the course of the 3 days, which makes sense to me. Line of least resistance a little bit, any. It makes sense. Vice champion. Vice champion is not the way forward. 346 of you watching can go and do me a favour, smash a like. It all matters. It does help. 43% of you think that Ferrari have the quickest car. That's interesting. Is that by dint of Lewis Hamilton extremism? I don't know. Hopium, maybe, potentially. I don't know. I do not know. They look quick. They did look quick. But the guys at the race in their podcast review yesterday argued that potentially Ferrari, of the big three, being Red Bull, being McLaren and Ferrari, they argued that McLaren and Mercedes looked the most planted, whatever that means, and that potentially Ferrari had the most work to do. Twitchy, mercurial handling dynamics, some said. T-minus 2 hours 26. These are long sessions, aren't they? They are a bit Go on then. Mate, what is it with Carwow? These Carwow drag races are so addictive. I see a video and I click. It's really, really bad. Danny Ricky's immortal, says Michael. I don't hate it. McLaren left him out. Out of warm wets in China. Worn wets in China. And he had an electrical failure in Brazil. He still beat vastly more experienced teammates in the championship B objective. Nope, it's Shaw. Umar says Ferrari can be arrested for selling copium and hopium in Britain. No, the marketing is strong, ain't it? I mean, Danny Ricky, because the goat. Let's go, Michael. I mean, he was a good lad. That honestly, I'm gonna seek out that bloody that press conference and we can have a look at it at some point. It was incredible. It was really, really good. I left enthused, eager to watch more F1. Therefore, he was an advert, right? Whoops, says Neil. Ian, positions 1 to 4, Australia on the race day are going to be insane. Yes, Scroopy, they're tested. Thank you for keeping me informed. Travelling upstate New York, you're a legend. No, you're a legend transporter. We do our best. Speaking of which, informed. Runners and riders remain the same as what we just read out less than 10 minutes ago. But for the avoidance of doubt, Carlos Sainz leads 129.3. Rounding down 1 decimal place. Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell, Antonelli. That's your top 5. Kimi Antonelli, glory run settings. Loves himself a cheeky glory run, doesn't he, Antonelli? A simple driver, just wants to be the quickest. FP1 2024 Italian Grand Prix, proof positive of that. Duan, interestingly, in 6th on a 130.4. Pierre Gasly, Alonso, Tsunoda, Oscar Jack. Oh, the humanity. Chaos, if ever I've seen it. Oh, is that Charles Leclerc making a mistake, Neil? It's tested. It's tested. I'll leave him alone. It's testing. T-minus 2 hours and 23 minutes. It's only tested. Do you know what I mean? Leave him alone, Cameron. Cheeky spin. mistake of the unforced variety. But if ever you're going to mate them, the best time to mate them is, of course, during testing. Uman says the Thesaurus Divines bang out. Oh my gosh, mate! They'll send the hounds, Umanch. They will send the hounds. Be careful, mate. The Danny Rick. I remember when Nasher went on the last lap with Tomo and said that that Danny Rick is tantamount to Nando's that's been dropped on the floor. That's how finished he is. Nasher of Quickstop F1 got a lot of hate for that. Leclerc in the kitchen gets slightly. Leclerc looks like Harry Potter. He really does. He does. He puts on the bloody circular glasses. I mean, like for like, just a bit. Does anyone else on this chat use smelling salts? What happened? I didn't see what happened with Luce yesterday. Oh yeah, this is true. Yes. Neil with the Uno reverse card. Lewis did indeed. I mean, that was quite nice to him just now though, Neil. I tried, and then my greater sensibility reined me in. Do you know what I mean? Balance. Carlos also spun. This is true. Carlos did also spin. Get the spinning online tested. Oh, king of nuts, it's chaos. Clint Shaw did a full 360 true. But I mean, enough is enough, eh? Do we discriminate? This is a difference in extents and not kinds, eh? Enough is enough. A mistake of the unforced variety is indeed always a mistake of the unforced variety, but it's testing. We'll forgive them both. Do you know what I mean? Too funny. You can see, Neil, you can see the knaves waiting for Charles Leclerc to make a mistake. It's like everyone is just Charles Leclerc mistake though. It's not fair. I think he's going to be good this year, sadly, for Sir Lewis Hamilton, Sir Lewis Cole, Davidson fans all around the world. To be fair to Carlos, he's a spin merchant, a machine. Does Ollie Behrman have WDC potential? They think so. Michael, you need smelling salts to put up with this idea. It's not quite it's similar. It's not as strong as I couldn't keep my nose in smelling salts to this extent, Kimmy, for this long. This is just fix, but it's similar. Mentholy. I think it's because I'm excited and tired in equal measure. I thought it was just menthol. Yeah, that's it, menthol. I haven't even got a cold at the moment for once. But apparently you're supposed to do it whilst you don't even have a cold. Come on, Charles Leclerc's collecting data for season and car spins. You guys have no game knowledge. Munch, that thing that you said about James Vowles earlier. James Vowles talks like a rehab patient who ran away mid-treatment. Impossible. Genius. Yeah, proper comedic value. What's going to happen when this Red Bull runs out? That's what I want to know. Leclerc when the temps up spin. Joe Rogan has made me afraid of smelling. What did he say, little grey squirrel? What did he say? Where's Max at camp? Nando, Max is driving a full day tomorrow. Liam Lawson's driving a full day today. Or 28 of you in the chat, please do me a favour and smash that like. Miss RS, I love getting Vix is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's quite comforting now to just bloody get it on. I just put it on my clothes. Miss RS, is that bad? People keep looking at me like, why are your clothes just dirty? Like, my name is Patrick Vieira and I put Vicks on my top so that I can smell it throughout the day. T-minus 2 hours and 18 minutes. No change at the top. Sainz, Hamilton, Leclerc, George, Antonelli top 5 as these guys start to get knee deep into race simulations. Crack sauce coming from somebody who knows rehab. That is on point. Hey, let's go, crack sauce. Yeah. Oh, it's a brilliant thing that Umar just said. that I can re-quote it verbatim lets you know how much credit I've given you much. Central 99, Antonelli might wash Russell if he isn't careful. Wash, I don't think wash is the right verb. A lot of people didn't know, predicting George to go really well. Cheeky outside bet. This is not financial advice. Greater F1 minds than me, who aren't often wrong, not a million miles wrong at least. 2 of them over the past 48 hours have reached out to me and told me that they fancy themselves some George Russell to win the championship. I'll say this will be, I think he'll be champion one day. I don't know, this year though. Have Mercedes built a car quick enough? I don't know. I looked at their average long run pace, but on both C2 and C3, and I don't think they're quick enough. Not well per the evidence that we know. Does he use the most intense salts? Oh my god. I might buy some. Charles either burns white hot this season or collapses under the pressure. Clinton, I think the iteration of Charles to which you refer is outdated. Sadly for Sir Lewis Carl fans all around the world. I think that's 2023 Charles, of which you speak. 2024 Charles, couple of mistakes. Pull out the mistakes, Clinton. Let's reel them off on one hand. I recall Charles' mistakes in free practice at Baku. Last Abu Dhabi qualifying. There's another one somewhere earlier. Imola maybe. There was another one. Can't remember. That's proof, right? It's your case in point. I mean, 2023, 2022, Paul Ricard, Imola, there were Baku, Monaco. Like, do you know what I mean? This is the difference. If you're comparing and contrast, why has Valtteri Bottas got the bloody wheel gun in his hand? He's such, oh my gosh, Valtteri Bottas. What is going on? I disagree with what's going on here. He's a meme lord. Very good word, Sam Collins. What has happened? T- 2 hours and 15 minutes. No more Valtteri Bottas calendars, eh? Oh, the humanity. T- 2 hours and 14 minutes. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. We are here for a long time today, not a good time. We're going to get techie. 397 of you in the chat. For whom I am grateful ad infinitum, in perpetuity, without compunction, with impunity. Genuinely, I mean that. I mean, again, I'm going to repeat. I'm going to labour the point because it's important. This channel is nothing without you guys. So I'm just checking Twitter to see if there's anything worth talking about here. Aston Martin. Do you believe that Ted Kravitz... I didn't hear Ted Kravitz in his notebook say Aston Martin was quick. Didn't hear him. Didn't hear him at all. So we've devolved to mullet chat on Sky F1 between Jolyon and Alex Brundle. I mean, like, okay, cool. Like, what do we do? I mean, isn't there any F1 topics that we can talk about before mullets and Valtteri Bottas's calendar? Hang on, right. Central Anthony might want to watch Russell. Sorry, I read that already. I doubt it very much. I doubt it, chat. Daniel, Scroopy, what that? Johnny, Scroopy, that's like saying theft is against the law. Oh my gosh, we're getting techier than techie things, eh? What's Scroopy saying? Scroopy, you need to get yourself a badge, chap, so that your name sticks out. However, in terms of driving ability, surely Max has already proven he's far superior than who, as many experts have already declared, and he still has many more years. We're talking about Max versus Lewis again. Oh, dear humanity. George is a champion of crumbling under pressure whenever Lewis is on his tail, like in Belgium. Clinton. Okay, I'll give you Singapore 2 years ago. No, look, I think if you're going to criticise George, as we've been criticising Charles, the knock on George is that when he's got a sniff at a podium position in the latter stage of the Grand Prix, he's got a mistake of the unforced variety in him, right? Just as does Charles. I don't know, though. I don't know. I think you've been a bit harsh, Clinton. I think you're being just a tad harsh. Right, let's do one of these. But right, go on, and let's get another poll out. 43% think Ferrari. Only 31% of McLaren. I'd reverse that order, you know. I'm feeling, in the hands of Max Verstappen, I'm feeling that Red Bull might have the whip hand. And I'm focused specifically on that 2/10 that he pulled out in the sector one. The long run pace is techier. But if over one lap Max can nail himself a cheeky P1, Lando has no chance. He's got to beat all roads for Lando and Charles to the championship, and Sir Lewis go through Max Verstappen. If you're going to beat him, look, here's the blueprint for beating Max. Line of least resistance if you want to beat Max Verstappen, for some say soon to be 5-time champion, is as follows. Like, tune in. I'm about to put Lando, Charles, I'm about to put you on game. Here's the line of least resistance. Quick car needed, tick. Out qualify Max Verstappen 7 times out of 10. If indeed you manage to out qualify him, defensive posture, super aggressive off the line, cover the inside into turn 1, consolidate your position over the line, break out of DRS at the earliest opportunity, preserve your tyres, ensure that you don't see Max Verstappen again between now and the end of the race, the checkered flag. Done, that's it. Easier said than done though, eh? But that's the blueprint. Practice is very different from theory, some say. It would be difficult. Zhou Guanyu, reserve driver for Ferrari. I wonder why. Does that have anything to do with the current shape of the automotive industry across the world? Huh? You couldn't be so. You wouldn't be so skeptical, eh? Yeah, you couldn't. You're being disingenuous, Cameron. BYD, Tesla, GM, Chrysler, VW, Mercedes, Scuderia Ferrari, all struggling to sell cars in North Asia. You wouldn't just appoint Zhou Guanyu with a view to break markets and grow into North Asia, right? Continue to sell cars there, would you, Ferrari? You wouldn't do such a thing. Nah, surely not. That's too pessimistic of you, Cameron F1. How very dare you? Or Cameron CC. BYD. Bottas, oof, is a good bloke. I keep Miss RS, bold ass. In America, North American contingent. I apologise. I understand that you guys are a monolith, and those of you in here will be infinitely more intelligent than the people that I'm about to talk about. About whom I'm going to talk. Valtteri Bottas. You know what always troubles me as well? When people say Zach does this a lot. Yeah, well, we had to go into pit lane. That's not as egregious as bold ass. Bold ass. Like what? Soften the accentuation on the O. Bottas. Is that so hard? Valtteri Bottas. And go on, and you guys tell me, North Americans, tell me how you pronounce Hamilton. Ton or Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton. 10. Like the number 10. I don't know, maybe that's just an English. Maybe I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Hamilton. Interestingly, go on, then how do you do Silverstone? Silverstone or Silverstone, depending on I pronounce that differently depending on what side of the bed I've woken up that morning. Silverstone, Silverstone. I don't even know what it's supposed to be. I'll never say pit lane though. The pit lane. Pit saying, oh yeah, we went into pit lane. It's a very it's a very IndyCar phrase, isn't it? Say using pit lane without the definitive clause before, or the definite clause before it. The pit lane. I can't just say pit lane. I don't know. It just feels wrong. Pit lane. It's like saying the F1. No, I can't do it. I'll never do it. Although, up until recently, I always used to say, oh, Max put it on pole. I would never say the before. But when I started to hear Matt Bishop and Peter Windsor say the pole, I was like, oh my God, if both of those are saying it that way, I must be incorrect. This is a very snobby, grey-bearded, purist F1 conversation now. Do you guys say the pole or do you say pole? No 0 pods this season, thank God, Clinton. Did you see the first Mercedes pit stop of the year at the F175 meet? What a joke. Put some respect on a Go on, Nando. Go on. I want you guys to time me. We're going to have to put surveys out to this. This is too funny. I think this is egregious. Pit lane or the pit lane? Considering now F1 out of Russia and Ukraine invasion, what do you think will happen if USA goes after? Oh my gosh, Kimmy. Can't go. It's too divisive. I don't know. Is the honest answer. I dive my head very deep into the sand as far as these things, because I find it all a bit depressing, if I'm honest with you. Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton. Like we pronounce it like T-U-N. North America here, most names are butchered, especially bold ass. Verstappen. I think I might be staying with. I was told once upon a time by our Dutch contingent that it was Verstappen, but then I was told no, it's not Verstappen, it's Verstappen. So I might be getting it wrong as well. I always like to get the enunciation correct. Pole, put it on pole. Yeah, I always say pole. Windsor's coerced me into saying the pole though. Like that's the educated way. You say pit lane, Andrew. Oh no. I used to say pole, but now for some reason I've stolen from the Bish and Mr. Windsor and I say the pole. Wait, is it pole or pole? It's pole with an E. Pole with an E. Put it on the pole. I don't know. Pit lane. No, I can't. Go into pit lane. Yeah, that's an IndyCar thing, that definitely. Track back alley. Hitch is always saying Verstappen. Max Verstappen. The pronunciation is brilliant. I love it. If somebody says the F1 though, I lose my SH1T. That is unacceptable. I don't care who you are, how new you are to the sport, whether you've come to it from Drive to Survive or you're a bloody grey-bearded veteran and purist of 1,000 years. Anybody that says the F1, I'm sorry, with a view not to proselytise or judge, shouldn't be allowed to watch one more second of F1 in their life. The F1? Of what are you talking? What is the F1? Banned for life? Like, no, absolutely not. Full stop, new paragraph. Do not do it. The F1. What have he did? No. The pits, yeah, going to the pits. I'd agree with you. I'd agree with you, Macon. I don't subscribe to pit lane. Let's go. I mean, it takes all sorts. Again, far for a bit. I was saying pole until recently. There's another couple of phrases that will tell tell vets and casuals apart. The F1 is the worst though, right? The F1. What? The F1 is so the awesome. Daniel, I can't. It frustrates me. Did you hear Hamilton's response to the shelf life comment? I did not, Ahmed. I didn't, mate. Formula One. I don't say Formula One anymore. I just say F1. So I should mix it up and say Formula One sometime. Because it is Ultimate Formula One. Miss RS. Oh, MV, SLH. Schumacher. AP. Who's AP? AP's the watch. I add V to so many silly things, says Emily. The Google. Yeah, just being silly though. The Googles, I say a lot. Facebooks. The interwebs as well. So I think I'll start saying VF1 now that it's in my head. No, don't do it, Emily. It's too much. No. VF1. Apparently I need to stop looking at screens or draw for my glasses. Can I show you guys my glasses? They look so weird. I'm going to have to start wearing them, I think. But because of my filters on the bloody... might wear them for a bit, even though they look weird. Look. Oh, they just help my eyes so much, though. Oh, no, that looks weird, doesn't it? I'm going to have to stay like this. Stay very still. Go on, I keep... No, look at that. How weird is that? Go on, I'll stay like this for a little bit. It's the first time you guys have seen me put them on though. I'm very insecure about how they look. But they do help the old eyes. And now I need to stay like this. Oh no, look how weird that looks. 368 if you're watching concurrently. I'm gonna keep the old goggles on for a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't look too bonkers. I'm gonna keep my head like this though. Right, let's get you guys on and we'll talk. Do you think so, Seafall? I appreciate you saying that. Shez said, I want you to keep the glasses on because they look stupid. What a friend is Shez, eh? He's so horrible. Go on then, let me get them on like this. Right, let's have a chat. 404 if you're watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash a like. You guys are legends each and every single time. How do you pronounce Piccadilly? Piccadilly? Professor Cam in the house says, Kiwi, I know, it's not good. Uncle Gab says, Jeeva. Uncle is very controversial in the community at the moment because it implies a certain age, but I'm not precious. I don't hate it, Chiba. Oh, look at this nerd, says T. I'm too insecure. Oh, well, where did Cam go? It's Cameron. Oh, no. What a distinguished gentleman. Absolutely not. Chiva need travel name. Go get a blonde wig and be Harry. Absolutely not, Macon. Our mutual colleague can do that, but I'm not comedic enough. I'm not a genius enough comedic talent. Couldn't pull off a blonde wig, me. The Michael Hackenen law. Cameron, Uncle C's. And the joke is I tried to go for the trendiest ones in this. I was going for the Stringer Bell look. We're changing now. Jolyon Palmer and Alex Yates are going, do you guys actually believe Max can win the championship with the third best car? Over the course of a 24 race championship, probably not, is the truth. That's the honest truth. But can you see how oh, whatever. I'm gonna keep my head still. Look like a professor. Very professorial. Says Miss RS. All teams are trying to Bridgerton Cam. I don't mind that stat Cam looking stat. Yeah, I've gone for it. I've gone for the Idris Elba look Stringer Bell, but I can't pull that off. Science glued himself up top. Don't hate that. Neither. What's your opinion on Hamilton's response? I haven't seen it, Ahmed. I haven't seen it. Toto's comments. I haven't seen it. I can't lie. Can we call you school now? We are underestimating Williams this year. Well, I don't think so, Michael. They'll be higher up, but not Cameron CCPHD. Maybe Norris can take it this year. I think it's going to be close, Kimmy. It's that long run pace, right? Right, I can take these off for a little bit. I never thought I'd ever need glasses, but I do indeed. Yeah, two race engineers isn't quite the same. They're a critical part of winning combo. GP's incredible. He's not a bad guy, is he? He complements. He's the glove to Max Verstappen's hand. That shows you a small depth for introducing him to many of us. Unknown. Nash is a good bloke, though. I'll never begrudge him that. He's a good guy, is Nasha. We've been going a few years, me and old Nasher of Quick Stop F1. If you haven't checked him out, very different to us over here. Are those near vision? Cameron, the private jet owner glasses? Yes. That's exactly what I was going for. But Shesty seems to think like that I look like a Joker. Cosplay prof, says Benzie. Even if McLaren or Ferrari have better cars, they will find a way to stuff it up with. I just think they'll need to be a lot better. Stringer Bell, great reference, yeah. Is Alex Brunson trying to channel tech bit? Cameron is tech bitted. The CC, you guys are jokers. What do you think of Toto's original saying? It was wrong to boo Lewis, but now recently said it was okay to boo. Yeah, well, that's not. I mean, is that any different from Max saying that it was okay to boo in Zandvoort 2021 September, and now it's not okay? That he won't come back to England? I mean, they're always going. When it comes to your driver or your as agency, right? What else do you expect? To use Mr. Windsor's phrase, what else do you expect him to say? Antonelli rookie champion potentially, but don't put it past Bartoletto's car won't be as good. I think Antonelli will be F1 champion because he's in the best car of all the rookies. You know what I mean? 295 if you're watching concurrently. Do me a favour, Stringer Bell, Nando. I know I'm reaching. I'm reaching. I have no faith in Lando until I see. He's got to be more aggressive with his defensive posture now. That's all. It's not rocket science. It's just counting. F1 counting for Mr. Norris. Lando, I'll leave my door open, Norris. Ricky, he didn't say it's okay to boo Max. He said they were booing Christian, not Max. You guys are going to have to fact check me a tad. Chat cracks me up, I know. Or the chat about my dodgy glasses. Max needs to grow up. Millionaires complaining about. To be fair, it can't be nice to get booed. But I mean, I just. Go on then. Let's have the booing conversation. Since you guys are talking about it already, let's talk. Here's the booing conversation. I'm not averse to achieve. I don't think you're never going to catch me booing per se. Oh, that's not good, is it? So I need to come out. Oh no, it's not working. Go on then. I'm not averse to I'm not going to judge anybody for booing. I've not got it in me necessarily. Not like that, at least. But here's the question: the $64,000 exam one. How can you have passion in sport and not expect humans? If indeed the problem of evil exists in the world, how can you reconcile for that and passion in sports? You're going to have booing, are you not? Is that just not the truth? Am I missing something here? If you are going to have, if they're going to cheer, then they are going to boo. Equal sides of the same coin. Now, look, would I rather that fans didn't boo? Of course. But I'd rather be a millionaire also. Do you know what I mean? Like, how far do you want to push this? I feel like it's an exercise in futility. I almost feel like it's a failure to acknowledge original sin, right? If indeed we're going to get secular around here. Like, if there are fans who are human, there will be booing, especially if they come into close contact, close quarters with the likes of a Max and a Christian Horner. Christian Horner in particular, who's fashioned himself a career, no, an industry, out of being an antagonist and an anti-hero. I find it surprising. The biggest story for me in all this is that Christian Horner was surprised. Like, he can't be rubbing his eyes in disbelief, can he? At least he shouldn't. Not if he understands past his prologue and what he's been up to or accused at least of being up to over the past 12 months. Some people don't recover from these things, you know. I think if it was somebody else on that, like another team principal accused of that stuff, Toto Wolff as an example, I don't think he'd come back. I think the stench of the accusations, though proved to be false since, would have gotten Mercedes would have just said, all right, then that's enough. We can't be attached to this dude. Our brand is too valuable. Get rid of him. appoint somebody new, Oakley or Fred, get somebody in new, because Mercedes are too straight laced, too clean, and too white shirt a brand to be associated with something like that, even if it is just Chinese whispers and false accusations. So I'm just surprised. I think the bigger story is that there's been such a kick up afterwards. Christian Horner should have been like, yeah, and what? Done the Bruce Lee thing and said, yeah, bring it. Do you know what I mean? RKO settings. And finally the Rock is back. Like, lean into it. Do the WWE kayfabe thing. Like, there was an opportunity there, I would argue, and Christian Horner missed it. He kind of did it like, he went 10 or 15% of the way into leaning into the heel role. What was the phrase? It was something to the effect of, it's great to be here in London. That's what he said, wasn't it? It's great to be here in London, he said. Bless him. Bless him. Oh, that's not bad. Look at that. Oh yeah, we can use that for a bit. Let's keep that on. It's a bit harder to see in that, but we'll keep that on for a bit since I need the glasses. I don't want you guys to see me all bloody crossed over. What is it with eyes crossing over when people get to? Probably been looking at screens too long. Go on then. 1 hour and 51 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Carlos Sainz still tops your timesheets. Lewis Hamilton. Then you've got one Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Jack Doohan, Pierre Gasly, Alonso, Tsunoda, and then Lance Stroll. Your headlines are as follows. I need to get non-glare ones, don't I? Your headlines are as follows. Red Bull struggling. Reliability setting. Same too for McLaren. Wasting testing time by not doing nothing. I mean, they've got to be careful. You don't want to waste time. Don't want to waste time. Right, let's do one of these. I know what to do. I've got it. It's still too bright. $300 of you still in the chat. You guys are legends. While I tinker around with my vision, should have said, great to be in the London. Grammar is important. Great to be in the London. No, that'd be incorrect though, Daniel, right? Syntax would have been off. A lot of companies are more fearful of being associated with cancel mobs, so this trend is reversing. Fair play. And I suppose with Red Bull, it's a little bit different, right? Because they're periodic line steppers if past his prologue. Or light entertainment as part of the F175. That's where I am, Benzie. I agree with it. So are we anti-yay discussions? Oh my gosh. Too political, mate. I can't even touch it. I don't know what's going on with him anyway. I've buried my hand in the sand quite deliberately. Transporter Kyle uses it to benefit. Central 999 says, if I ish on Spain constantly, of course. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. When I get to Spain, you're going to get booed. I don't disagree. Benzi says, if Brit commentators and some journos villainise a driver, then in Britain, naturally people will boo the villain. No, I don't disagree. I understand why it happened. I get the whys and the hows and the root cause, but whether it's right or wrong is the conversation. I don't think it's not wrong. I don't even think it's right. Would I rather that people didn't boo Max or force some say soon to be 5-time champion? 100,000%. But it's techie, isn't it? It's a bit techie. I think Max is just trying to lessen the amount of these types of events. Yeah, no, he doesn't like it, does he? When you watch The Anatomy of a Champion on Amazon Prime, you see it directly that he can't be bothered with sponsorship. He doesn't want to be there. He just doesn't want to be like, even the shortest of ones, even if it's 10 minutes, that to Max's mind is a waste of time. He only does the sponsorship so he can race. gets zero enjoyment from those sponsorship events. Indeed, you could argue that he hates them. You can see it from his demeanour. He's just not a big fan at all. Panto villain. It's ironic. It's ironic, isn't it? That Christian Horner, when we were at Qatar last year, when he was talking about King George Russell and his antics, some of his verbiage about Maximilian Verstappen, Christian Horner was the first one to start talking about it's pantomime season. Well, chickens have come home to roost a little bit, Christian. You were the one who started talking about Panta. Should have turned around, Christian, and say, oh, no, he's not. I bet the crowd would have said, oh, yes, he is, and played it like he would have won fans by saying that, by doing it. Oh, yeah, T minus 1 hour, 47 minutes. Bloody Nora. Cameron Knight. Let's go, Harlem. Exactly, too slow to have had a spicy comeback. Let's go, Benzie. Let's go. Husband spice. See what you've done there. In my opinion, if a large group flips someone the bird or screams F you, then I think that's over the line. Boo's no big deal. It's different in North America. I think the problem in the UK, we're far too like both top buttons done. You know what I mean? It's very straight laced. So I think that's why it's a conversation over here. It's techie. The amounts of booing at cricket or in football in the UK. Does cricket fans boo, Benzie? Rugby do not. Which is the only sport that I don't think boo broadly. Umanch, sorry, says, how can you not expect Max to be booed in Britain? Like, come on, no, I hear you. Cam, why are you drinking Red Bull? Real Sir Lewis fans only drink Monster, true. Maybe that disqualifies me from real Sir Lewis Carl fan membership. Go on, and I know you say that tongue in cheek, but what is it to be a real Sir Lewis fan, Travis? Non-rhetorical question that needs an answer to, because I hear this being bandied around a lot, but I've never gotten a proper answer. Define real Sir Lewis Hamilton fan. What does that even mean? As we are T minus 1 hour and 45 minutes. I find it weird going into turn one the way. Is that even the last turn? What are you doing, Carlos? Keep it on the black stuff, fella. Yeah, he was wet. Like, what's he doing? Oh, I see what Carlos has done there as he goes around the final turn. He's realised because he's so far off already and he's taking so much curb. If he traverses on the curb, he ends up in another Liam Lawson circumstance. Right? What you don't want to do on the curb is increase dramatically your steering angle, lest you wish to upset the balance of the car and end up potentially in the barriers. You don't want to do that. No. Cricket fans in Melbourne are pretty bad, are they, Kimmy? Bloody no! It's chaos. Golf doesn't boo; they barely. I know, but that lacks. Well, maybe that's a bit of passion. A British saying Max is a prat. I don't know about all of that. Don't forget tennis too. Boo! Yeah, they're quite vocal these days, aren't they? The umpire's always having to like rein them back in. Quiet, please. Max is a pure racer. He is. He doesn't care, does he, Benzie? All he wants to do is race. But you see it more acutely than ever when you start watching those documentaries. There's loads of them on Amazon Prime if you've got them. But Max Verstappen. Disgraceful. I know it's not ideal. Cricket fans are disgraceful, says Kimmy. Big dummy Crockosaurus. Umanch, I'm fine with banning boo. How are they going to ban booing Umanch? How? Can't do it. How would you police it? What, fine fans? Did you hear about Mohammed bin Sulayman, by the way? Over the past 24 hours, they were meant to have a meeting, like an FIA council, whatever, to discuss ongoing things, subject matters relevant to the FIA and their agenda. And apparently, There were stewards who were declined entry, or FIA workers who were declined entry because they refused to sign an NDA. I'm going to get glare fever, and that's unacceptable. That is, I can see the way it looks. But apparently, they were declined entry because they refused to sign an NDA. Mohammed Ben Sulayem said, "You can't come into this meeting unless you agree not to discuss matters pertaining to this meeting outside of this meeting." What? What are you like? What's going on? What is going on here, really? Mohammed Ben Sulayem is running a racket. Like, it just makes no sense. Allegedly. Like, why is he so draconian in the way that he chooses to run the FIA? Non-rhetorical question, because I do not understand. This is just, it's nonsense, ain't it? It's just that I just don't get it. Absolutely not. What's he doing? Oh my gosh. Alpine stalled. Or not, no, he's got it running. It's mad that you don't see any cars stall, or not nowhere near as much as you used to see. They always used to stall in the grass and all sorts. Not so much anymore. Then NDA's pretty regular stuff, Jay. Don't overnip it. Really? Really, Jay? NDA for a meeting. Not a business proposal, or do you know what I mean? Signing up as a freelance for a startup. I get that an NDA in those contexts is regular, but an NDA for a work meeting. When erstwhile I've never had to sign one for an FI meeting. I don't know, Joe. I don't know. It's all a bit dodgy. That'll be the fun police on the case, says Kimmy. Oh, I don't think it is, Jay. I get why you'd have an NDA, but I don't know. Why would you need an NDA for a work meeting? A 1000%, Kimmy. Despite him saying everything to the contrary, right? It's just all over the shop. They're so hypocritical. It just makes no bloody sense. Like, Good morning, Miracle. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. We are T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes away from the end of the afternoon session on the second day of testing 2025 at the Bahrain International Sakhir Grand Prix circuit. Nearly. You had a good go of it, Cameron. You were close. Currently, Carlos Sainz still tops your timing sheet. Oh, the humanity. And it's dwindled down at the apex of turn 10. I do like this, but I'd rather that his dad was there. Not to be averse to change or anything, but still. You can't be told why the need for an NDA because of the NDA. It's true. That's true. Cameron, what are we doing here, Brett? I know. F1 needs a bad guy like MBS. He's basically Darth Vader. I don't disagree, Scroopy. I do not disagree. FIA wishing the Susie rumours have legs. Can you imagine, Benzi? Can you imagine if Susie Wolf runs? But I mean, Christian is all. I can just see Christian already campaigning against that. How can you have Susie of the Wolf variety running as a FIA? I think Toto's been looking to step down for a while now, but he can't. I reckon he wanted to step down in 2021, but then because of what happened in Abu Dhabi, he stayed on. You can see that look in his face. I don't think the R word being retirement is far from his brain, or at least it hasn't been over the past 24, 36 months. I think he wants to go away. Toto, the boy who cried. Perhaps MBS has identified some people that can't be fully trusted, and MBS also gets steered by his overlords. What overlords Jay doesn't have any anymore? I don't think. Oof, Nando, don't go too far, sir. Undertones of. Susie Wolf, SI president. What a disaster. Why, Madeline? Why is that a disaster? Conflict of interest? Potentially. That's the only angle that I can see why it would be a disaster. I mean, could it be more of a disaster than what we're dealing with at the moment? I doubt it very much. I doubt it distinctly. What are we doing? She can't. No. I would back to run a competent regulatory body. Even I'd back Susie over Mohammed bin Sulayem every day of the week, every single day of the week. I'll be honest with you, all the time, without compunction. Mohammed bin Sulayem. Have you not seen? Do we need to go through again, just so that we're clear and sing from the same hymn sheet? Do we need to go through all the indiscretions of Mohammed over the past 36 months? Shall we? Just for the sake. So he's hired Shayla Anrao. She's gone. Hired Wittich. Gone. Sacked Wittich off to appoint Rui Marquez as the director of both F1 and F2 over the same weekend, when Charlie Whiting, the legend that is, R.I.P. Charlie, said that he couldn't manage the same thing, and he was one of the goatiest ones to have ever goated. A proper race director, if ever you've seen one, posted a picture with him and Prince Andrew and Max Mosley to celebrate the anniversary of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Two people who you would never hold up for either your son and definitely not your daughter are the bastions of what it means to be a human being. Said of this expletive stuff, the reason why the F1 drivers shouldn't swear is because they're not rappers. Said of political protests of the drivers that we don't want to go to any territories and say anything that's politically egregious, that we need to be sensitive, all the while sticking to his own political identity, irrespective of the geographical territory that F1 is in. There was once upon a time, a man called Hippocrates, wasn't there? And this is nothing if not the embodiment of him. Oh, and by the way, if you invested in the sporting endeavour par excellence, the upper echelon of motorsport formula, that is Formula One, you might forgive that. If, as the regulatory body, they had their arms around what I interpret and they interpret to be their principal remit, of course, being to safeguard all participants, levelling the competitive landscape in Formula One and instituting for the rules and the regs in a way which is fair and consistent across all related parties. How's that going, chat? If it's going at all. Lest we forget last year, Checo Perez full starts, goes off the line before all the 5 red lights go out. What happened there? Oh, the transponders weren't working, so we couldn't use common sense to penalise Checo Perez then. Same thing, Lando Norris. What happened there? Nothing doing because the transponders weren't working. What, we don't have any common sense? Apparently common sense in F1 is none too common. Now, I've heard people say FIA aren't the problem, that in other formula they crack on and nobody complains. Yeah, but nobody watches other formula. You need to do the best under the bright lights, right? For F1 pay you upwards of $40 million a year, chap. Do your job, therefore. Bill Belichick settings, for Pete's sake. I've run out of emotional bandwidth using which I can delve deep into all of the FIA's travails over the past 36 months. Serial offenders. If this were a court of law, they would be convicted beyond reasonable doubt for incompetence and being consistently consistent across the board. It's not good enough. They procure a service due F1 from the FIA and they're not providing it. They haven't provided it for the only service I see MBS providing is him keying up and down the grid and shaking the winner's hands and pretending to be Max Verstappen's best friend when he cares not for him nor Christian Horner. For that matter, like, what are we... Honestly... Yeah, Susie all dates. 4 more years for Susie, please. Give her the job. Anybody the job, to be fair. I don't think they need to be even as competent and as nah. Anyone. Just put anyone in there. Give me the role. I must be able to do it better than I must be able to do it better than MBS. Surely. Allegedly. I must be able to do it better than MBS. I apologise for the glare, but I don't want to be in a circumstance where we're running late and I start flagging too much because my I don't know, these you'd be surprised how much these podcasts take. I was talking to Nasho Quick Stop F1. I was trying to phone him after his stream yesterday, and he was in bed. Like, I'm knackered, mate. Like, knackered? What are you on about? He got straight to sleep. Like, yeah, that's what I should have done for a cheeky siesta after streaming for 7,000 hours yesterday. 10 hours as near as makes a difference. Didn't Susie establish the women's category of open wheel sports? The FIA Academy, yeah. Scorched, I know, Foxy. Excuse me. It's he does pull that out. That's his one gift, that he can pull that out of me every single time MBS is mentioned. You've got a decent soliloquy from Cameron of the extemporaneous variety. I almost can't help myself. Start speaking all smooth and eloquent, drawing out some verbiage that I haven't used for 10 years. Mohammed Ben Salem will do that to you. There is that passion that I have for him. Now I'm incentivized to. I'd sing Wolf to make Susie the 100%, Benzie. Wolf in sheep's clothing is what Susie. Susie with this. I mean, Susie. You don't mess with Susie. And how good would that be? I mean, after MBS, yeah. I'm rooting. Give me the ballot form and I would put my X, all of the X's in the Susie Wolf box happily, without compunction, with I'd just give it to me, please. Make it happen, chat. Scorched earth, says Foxy. No, it has to happen. She's a woman. That's enough competence, apparently. Madeline, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't leverage the DE higher thesis here. Not here. Not in Susie. If we're talking about F1 more broadly and Jamie Chadwick, if you want to, if you're in the mood, we talked about this yesterday, Michelle, but not at the altar of Michelle Mouton as an example, because Michelle Mouton would smash at least 75% of these drivers currently on the grid. But like, and Susie similar. Susie would be better than Mohammed Ben Salem. Come on, every day of the week. MBS needs to be out, says Cracksaurus. Putting women in F4 cars and calling it the FIA is that opposite of what people want now. No, I don't disagree. But you need to do something, Kay, as a first step. Like, Rome wasn't built in a day. You got to make progress. Danica, oh, don't do it, Andrew. I cannot read that out. Moist bed situation. Bernie return, no, too old. He wouldn't do it anyway. He wouldn't do it anyway. And it's a different world now from the one that Bernie Ecclestone fostered. F1 is a very different sporting entity from the thing that Bernie wielded his power over. We need to get a cheeky vote. What's the next vote? Go on then. If we're delving into the very murky waters of F1 modes of discourse, classic ones, let's do one of these. Since you guys asked the question first, I'm being very antagonistic, but whatever, just for fits and kicks, just for fits and kicks. Prime Lewis or Prime Max? It's impossible is the correct answer, but do you know what I mean? Since we're enjoying ourselves and talking F1 with T minus 1 hour and 20 something minutes to go. 1 hour 29. That's very long. Do you remember at this point yesterday when they declared an extra hour? Oh my god, I thought I was gonna unalive. Just like, this is a lot now. Go on then, your runners and riders as you guys vote. Prime Max versus Prime Lewis. Carlos Sainz tops your timing sheet with a 1:29.3. Behind him, you've got Sir Lewis, Carl, Charles, aka modern day Jean Lazy, King George Russell of Kingsley, Norfolk, Kimi Antonelli, newbie, rookie settings, Stroll, Lawson, Jack Doohan, Pierre Gasly, and Fernando El Plan Alonso, the man from Oviedo, Asturias. Pa que sepa, ay Dios mío, olvídate de eso. Just Verstappen as well. Behave yourself, Benzie. Before you debate, prime this, prime that. Always remember 2023. Too much, true. I mean, you got to examine the entire gambit of evidence, right? In addition to 2023, you want to consider 2008, 2015, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, And 18 from both sides as well. 16 from both sides too. 21 from both sides. 22, 23 and 24. There is enough British bias in F1, women or man. FIA needs a neutral person or president, not some biased one. Madeline, name me that person, eh? You tell me who that is, if indeed they exist, because I'm not sure they do. I don't know, who is that person? Miss Harris, what qualification does Susie have? She's never won a motor race. Do you need to, let's go on then, let's address this. You need to win a motor race to bit. How many motor races did Jean Todt? So he presided over a team which won motor races and championships. But how does that equip you necessarily better than anybody else? I don't know. Do you need to win races to... I'm asking the question. At 370, what you could go to do me a favour and smash a like, please. She's Scottish, so there's British by British. So she is British, but annoyed by your. What is this? I love this. James Key, technical director of Sauber Kick Steak, whatever. Audi. Mate, don't ask them silly questions. How much better are they prepared? Not at all. Binotto wants to sell the company. Well, Binotto was shocked at their level of unpreparedness. You know what I mean? Track circumstances. 5 kilometers per hour, wind traveling from the north, 16.7 degrees Celsius, 14.6 degrees Celsius, ambient temperature, 57% is the humidity. It's getting cooler away. That temperature, track and ambient, it will drop over the next hour or so. Hour and a half, 90 minutes worth. She gave up her driving career when she married to, I know she drove F1 cars, didn't she? Williams. Now, Cam, you could do your job better than MB. I think I could, the Foxy. I'd back myself, you know. I know it'd be difficult. I don't think it'd be an easy job. I feel like I've got enough middle management experience behind me to give it a good crack. Do you know what I mean? At least I'd understand the remit. Like, I'd be a silent partner. Pay me the 40 million F1. And I'd be a silent partner. I'd appoint some good people and allow them to challenge me, correct me. I'm always encouraging you guys to correct me on my bull feathers, right? I'm not going to bat 1,000. Get into that. I'd get into that FIA role and I'd get some better. The good people hire better people around them, though. You can correct them and call them out on their bull feathers. Problem is, MBS did the former, but didn't want to approve nor rubber stamp the latter. When they called him out on these bull feathers, it was like, no, you're sacked. Like, what? What are we doing? Umont says 19 wins in a row. What are we even debating here, sir? I mean, that's different circumstances, though, Umont, no? When you debate across timelines, it gets techie. And techie things. Last offer as comedy FI president. Oh my gosh, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Benzie, please. Susie was at Williams. Last strike. Yeah, no, I agree. Kimmy, you're on something there. It's a good point, Jeannie. Where's Jeannie? What's that got to do with FIA president? Susie's a racer. Yeah, 100% I agree, Jeannie. There's plenty qualification enough. And I mean, she's been around the game long enough. Toto's missus. Probably qualifications enough in and of itself. Get this Sauber Kick dude off my screen. I'm tired of him. A true leader, says Macon, is not fueled by ego, prepared instead to develop the sport or business simply by build a better vision, a version, of the game they are playing. Very well said, Macon. Very well said. Right, what do I need to do here? 334 if you watch it concurrently. Do me a favour, smash like. Very, very, very well said. What am I smelling on Geo? This is Vicks. So now when you get a cough and you just put it on your chest and it unbungs you. I'm going to get some smelling salts, I think. Although some people say that smelling salts are very unhealthy. I feel like you could deal with one of those just to wake you up. I think it would help. Dave Chappelle, 100%. Dave Chappelle would do better. Flabeoyos. No, Benzie. Too controversial, both. Too controversial. You want like a silent, a Jean Todt type, right? A dude who's a guy or girl. Susie Wolf, perfect. He's gonna lay back in the cut. Be a silent partner. Get the 40 to 60 million, depending on who you're talking to, and do a job for Pete's sake. I don't know why that's so much to ask in February of 2025. Honestly. Gabriele Bortoletto, very switched on, says James Key, technical director of Sauber Kick, whatever. It's good, isn't it, Gio? I don't hate it. Although only of late, over the past couple of months, have I started to use it as a... Do you know what I mean? Just sniff from it. Donkey, oh no, Kiri. I'm not a fan of her... No, me... Well, to say that I'm not a fan would not be fair, because I haven't watched it. Is the honest truth. Feels like... I'll tell you what, though. Yeah, no, I agree. I see what you're saying, Kimmy. I understand the sentiment. But imagine, like, again, the classic example is Michelle. Imagine Michelle Mouton in her prime, destroying the FIA Academy and then getting promoted to the big leagues in F1, and then nailing, like, putting her alongside Alex Albon, and seeing Michelle Mouton absolutely destroy Alex Albon and steal his lunch. Because that's a very real possibility. Then we're having ourselves a very different conversation now, chat. It's different then. Alex insinuating that potentially the sky looks a bit angry and we could get ourselves some rain. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Bortoletto struggling for traction on the exit, says Alex Brander. Forget turn 4 though, mate. You want to get down to turn 10 though. You want to get down to turn 10, chap. Is what you want to do. By the way, if I hadn't made it clear, yeah, I know I missed one already today, like not today, to this morning. But going forward, here are the rules of Cameron CC. If there is a car on track, we will be here talking about it. I'm gonna try and do all of them, all of them. Dialing it up this year. I've had enough. Want to be this needs to be the go-to channel where we have all the conversations, talk to the points that matter. There will be a dial-in show coming at some point when your boy Cameron CC pulls his finger out. It will be coming because all the shows that I watch. I'd love to watch one of those in F1. Do you know what I mean? A call-in show where people dial in and talk. Oh, Cameron, you're not a real Sir Lewis fan because X, Y, and Z. Get vocal on the phone. It's the point, right? It's a natural extension of the conversation. It's like we have on the shakedown and like I have with Windsor on the F1 hour. There will be a phone in at some point. I just need to build the pipeworks and the infrastructure. And there's going to be a filmed conversation at some point as well. So it's going to get techie, the techie things. Jeannie says, get the bucket, Madeline. Oh, no, Susie's fab and just the woman. I don't disagree, Jeannie. The donkey would be the best. Oh, no, Daniel. Crack sauce, my daughter joins FIA. I missed it. Where you can find somebody who marks. I'm forgetting the guy's name. He was sitting in an absolute rocket ship in 2020, which made fast corners look as if they were Hamilton, something. Carl, Lewis, something like that. Kimmy, I know, Ricky, I was go-karter before becoming a mummy. Were you go-karter, Kimmy? Were you high level? Sophie Comfort levels? I don't hate that. Ironically, I feel like I still prefer. Yes, Stephen. Stephen. Sadly, I've got to provide. Well, not sadly, but if you become a member, Stephen, the Discord is something to which you will get access. So I do have a Discord, but it's an exclusive. I've got to tier the privileges right. Like the chat's open to everybody, but these guys are kind of supporting me. They're like, I've got to segment off some of the horizontals. But there is a Discord, is the answer to your question, Stephen. But it's members solamente. The rule seems to be if there is a Ferrari on track, Cam will have a bad opinion. Go on then, Andrew. Maybe. I thought objectivity and truth value were the rules. The central tenets of the channel. Andrew, how very dare you, sir? How very dare you? I disagree. I think we've been quite nice to Charles, Andrew. I feel like we've been quite nice to Charles. When he offed earlier, I could have gone in, but Neil held me to account on that and called out. I mean, I could have dined at the restaurant of disparaging, and I didn't. I turned down that low hanging trope opportunity, didn't I? True, Cacosaurus. True. Lando is a silent assassin. Don't be fooled. Not yet, Neil. I wouldn't use that. The characterization, the noun that is assassin, might be a bit too strong for Lando just yet. Maybe if he can execute this year, the red of CL helmet clashes a bit with the. I know he's got to use the same tone, hasn't he? If it's the same colour, it's got to be the same tone. Charles, as far as Charles' style, let me say this. I think the way he does that swoop out, I've always said. I remember watching Max around, I think, is it Saudi? It is Saudi Arabia. There's a turn where Max takes a different line deliberately. Everybody else hugs. It's like a medium, it's a high speed, short duration right-hander before a very sharp left-hander, slow speed, medium duration, Saudi Arabia. And the way that Max takes the right-hander, rather than hug the inside as you do, that's just the standard modus operandi. That's what all the other drivers do. Max, instead of taking the tightest line, takes a wider line so he can straighten and balance the car earlier going into the braking zone, and so therefore asking less of the car. Charles Leclerc is the antithesis to that. Every time he's taking a corner, he always goes, whoosh. Do you know what I mean? If he's taking a left-hander, just before he gets to the turning point, he'll zig right, and I always think, to my nodding, I mean, Charles Leclerc's an F1 driver, so he'll know more than me, of course, but in my nodding mind, that's as an example with Checo. When Checo does that in the wet, that's how he crashes. Every single time he finds himself in the barrier. And I would argue from Charles Leclerc's perspective, if he wanted to crash less, then he wants to start asking less of a twitchy car still. Stop zagging right before you zig left, unbalancing the car, therefore, no. You want to hover right, like ask less of the car. That's why he yeeted it into the barrier in Paul Ricard, no. I don't know. Assassin of crumbling under pressure, says Dad though. What's Macon saying? Discord is confusing for not Macon, me and you both, mate. Honestly, it looks like a great platform, but it crosses my old. I'm telling you, Macon, me and you both. I had to research it. Just click on it and just sign up though. Get yourself in the group and you'll clock on. If I can learn it, Macon, you can definitely, because you're infinitely more sound of mind than I. Probably you're talking to him about 7, 8, 9 Jedi. I'm talking. I can't remember the turn numbers. It's not a. I can't remember. Let me have a look at it. I'm keen now. I want to know, Umanch. You've got me curious. Pit stop practice incoming. Oh wow, we've got a pre-season test press conference. Can't wait to watch that. Not. $2.93 of you watching concurrently, and I'm grateful for each and every single one of you. Go on, let's get through some of these comments. Cameron, Blando, the kinder assassin. I feel like, confession time. I feel like I'm a bit harsh sometimes to Lando Norris. Contradiction in terms, Cameron. No, I feel like I am a bit harsh to him sometimes. And to Charles, when Charles lists the Champions Trophy in Abu Dhabi, I'll be reminding you of this blasphemy you made again. I've got to be held to account. Already I'm holding myself to account on the back of the blasphemy last year, and he made, as near as makes no difference, 0 mistakes. No, don't fall. I'm like Safak, you see me. That's why I've got the glasses on. I can't. It gets the streaming when it gets like this. At this point, I'd already streamed for 6 hours yesterday, and then they said, "Oh, you've got another bonus hour." Oh my goodness! You guys were commenting on my bloody cross eyes and all, so I was struggling. We'll do the glasses. I'll get some non-glare ones. Prime Lewis got beaten by Nico once. How can people vote for him? I mean, it's techie that to say that. He did. 52% have you Prime Lewis. Oh, it's close. I mean, the Nico Rosberg. Salute to Nico for optimising for his opportunity. Do you know what I mean? You've still got to execute on it, even if it is fortuitous circumstances. And Nico Rosberg did do that, bless him. He managed it really well. And he cancelled his life for that year, didn't he? And the preceding 6 months to make sure he was in the right condition. Came off the bike, didn't see his family. Met with a sports psychologist every other day, 2 hours a day. Like if there is a thing such as commitment, then Nico Rosberg embodied it in 2016, 1000%. Like props to the chap because he was good. He was good. If anybody deserved the championship, it was Nico Rosberg in 2016. But even then, he still needed luck. Like Lewis Hamilton's car broke down an inordinate amount of times, an exorbitant amount of times that year. That's the truth of the matter. But for those normalised for that circumstance, and Lewis wins that championship 10 times out of 10. But luck equals preparation when preparation meets opportunity, some say. And Nico Rosberg was that year. Props to the fella. I mean, he was all right, weren't he? He was okay. But I couldn't discredit the answer to that question. Doesn't lie in 2016, I don't think. There will be a year. Listen, if Max carries on for another few years, Max can't be perfect every year. I don't think, at least. Can't be perfect. T minus 60, 10 minutes. 70 minutes. Come on, Cameron. Nico's a very intelligent person. I'm not a big fan, but credit worker. 100% make on credit that year. In my youthful, when I was a young buck, I would have always been, I was a natural talent over industry type guy. But as you get older, you realise that there are the more interesting stories, the juicier plots in the examples, the instances of where a less talented driver or sports athlete manages to overcome a natural talent deficit. That's the more interesting story now. And that more interesting story in 2016 has a name. His name is Nico Rosberg, one-time champion, and then sacked it off. They need to make a documentary on that, I'll be honest with you. What's going on here? I apologise, chat. Why do offices have to have so much wires in them? Why do the wires always get caught up in the office chair leg? So very frustrating, honestly. Oh yeah, I understand why. I'm tethered to my computer by dint of my headphones. 68 minutes to go, chat. And then we'll be 2/3 of the way through testing. They're both great. I agree with you, Miss RS, you're right. Geo22, McLaren's front wing flexes equally as much as Ferrari and Red Bull. True. Alex is less than or equal to Martin. I'm so rude. Max is aggressive. You guys could tell I'm stressed. Bloody scratching my hair off my head. What's wrong with me? Max is aggressive enough to compensate. Don't disagree. Yes, Miss RS. They both gauge it. I think that's the salient point. Miss RS, you've characterised it better than I could ever. Nico's a very intelligent person. I'm not a big fan. Oh, sorry, I've read that already, Maker. Lawson has Lucius rear end. He's caught, no, 100%. Andrew, you cannot normalise for situations unless you're willing to normalise for a championship of Lewis. What year were you speaking of yesterday? 2008 or 2009? Last race of the season? Ooh, 2008. We talked about Glock, didn't we? And Massa. I think, Andrew. I can't remember, mate. Remind me. Michael. Is Alex related to... Yeah, Alex Brundle is Martin's son. You didn't know? Huh. Yeah, he's related. Alex Brundle talking about the importance of curbs. Curbs are super quick. You remember Red Bull? The story of Red Bull, the genesis story of their problems is they can't... Max can't take curb, or at least he couldn't last year. Why? Because the lateral suspension stiffness didn't allow for it. Play the game, and I know that the sim is very different, especially on the bloody F1 2024 game or whatever. But play the game and tighten up your suspension with a view to get some additional downforce on the high speed twisties, and then mount the curb and see what happens to you. Go for chicane 1 and chicane 2 at the Italian Grand Prix and see if you don't spin out if you take too much curb, if your suspension is too stiff. So therein lies the problem why you need a Jekyll and Hyde car, right? You need the suspension to be sufficiently pliant at a Monaco, say, or a Monza, say, to where you can take the straight line. You guys know what I mean when you're straight lining. The quickest way through 99% of these turns is to try and straight line them. If you try and broaden the angle, and to do that, you've got to hit that. It's out, in, apex. Out, apex, in apex, out. So apex being the middle point of the corner. You try and straight line. That's why Charles does that thing that I said that he shouldn't be doing. Just before he turns in, he goes out like this, asking a lot of the car, imbalancing it, and then he's broadening the angle of the car. You want to if the turn is like this, you want to try and straight line it as far as possible, because to do that is to be able to take a higher minimum speed through it. That's why Kimi Antonelli was genius in the FP1 before he yeeted it into the barrier on the outside of Parabolica now, because he's good at straight lining it, even though he was on the red soft compound tyres. Nepo baby. Oh no. Curbs or oh no, Macon. It depends if you're talking UK English or North American, eh? I think in the UK we say the one with K. I think we spell it that way. Curbs with a K. I think. Although it's been a long time since I did a spelling bee, so don't quote me. Fact check me. 316 of you in the chat as we round third base. What is wrong with me? I think I'm stressed here. I need Windsor analysis of Bahrain testing to understand what really happens, Madeline. Okay, this is let me do my best Peter D. Windsor impression as I'm scratching my hair off. Stop that, Cameron. What are you doing? All right. Here are your highlights, Madeline. This is what I think my best Peter Windsor impression. Here's what I think you'll need to know. Day one. Lando spent too much time in the garage for my liking. There they were tinkering with heat shields and other bits and bobs. Highlight of McLaren yesterday as well. They've got something going on in the background that we're not seeing. Zach Brown told us as much, that there is something on that car that we haven't seen. How do you know that Zach Brown's telling the truth? Well, Lando Norris on his final run in the afternoon came back and photographers were trying to get a picture of the car, right? At which point, all of the McLaren pit crew came out and built a human Berlin Wall around the car. That's your key highlight first and foremost. I don't know whether they're talking about flexible front wings. I don't know whether it's side pods, engine gut, but there's something going on with that McLaren that we haven't seen yet. No photographer has gotten a picture of it that I've seen. Zach Brown has testified as much, and you know that's probably more than likely true because of the way they built the Berlin Human Wall around it. Second highlight, over their hot laps for the most part yesterday, Max Verstappen was sandbagging on the harder tyre. All the other bods went out and nailed laps on the C3 tyre. For the most part throughout the afternoon session, all of the top 14 had nailed it on the softer compound, the C3s. Max Verstappen hovered around third or fourth on the timing sheets for 80% of the afternoon session on the C2s, and that has to matter. Almost taking the mick, keeping up with the other bods, the other 9 in the session on a slower tyre. Some say that the difference between the C3s and the C2s is anywhere up between 0.6, 0.7, but of course you've got to temper overlay that as a percentage of whatever lap you get. 0.6 is a very different percentage around Bahrain to Spa. The length of the track, the time that it takes, that's important to note. So too, Max Verstappen then went and put on a cheeky C3 tyre, and then we saw the true pace of Red Bull, if you're asking me. Lest we forget, if you're comparing and contrasting, it's really, really important to normalise for all the different variables. Load, weight, by dint of the fuel that they're carrying. You can. I think Husey and Co will have normalised for fuel levels, but I haven't seen that analysis yet. I assume that on their quick laps, respectively, that Max and Lando had equal-ish fuel loads, meaning therefore that the significant portion, that the highlight of yesterday was Max Verstappen putting on the C3 tyres, the softer yellow compound ones, and doing a lap, a sector even in sector 1 that was 0.2 quicker than Lando Norris's fastest. That for me means something. Now, is it proof positive that RB21 is faster than the MCL39? Absolutely not. Not beyond reasonable doubt. Is it an indication potentially that Max Verstappen might have that the car is techie to drive, that it's twitchy, snap overseer settings, of course, but in the hands of Max Verstappen, will it be quick? 100%. You can take that to the bank. Maybe quicker than McLaren, but we'll see. The long runs yesterday were significant. Again, if you look at the averages of Lando's long runs on a C2 as versus Max Verstappen, not a lot in it. We're talking tenths, if anything. On a C3, thousandths, less than a thousandths across their long runs if you pick out the quicker laps and normalise for anomalies. That has to mean something. That's yesterday. Today, going into today, Lewis Hamilton was 1 second adrift of Charles Leclerc's time, got it together early doors and put it purple top of the timesheet. So too, as far as Red Bull and Lando Norris and McLaren even in the hands of Oscar Jack Piastri, it matters that they've been tinkering. Reliability issues. Remember yesterday McLaren struggled with reliability and wasted a lot of this track time in testing, which is exactly what you don't want to do. Experimentation, of course, but get the car right on track with a view to gather data, just as Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon did yesterday. Loads and loads of laps. That's what you got to do if you're going to win testing. McLaren didn't do that yesterday. Red Bull and McLaren haven't maximised for their time today. Those, in a nutshell, are your op shots. I will say this though finally, since we're summarising and doing synopses. Red Bull, remember between the story, the plot lines as far as RB20, the last year's iteration of car, to RB21, this year's iteration. We're expecting a revolution, not evolution again. Adrian Newey this time last year said that they were going to evolve the car, that they were concerned that they were barking at the wrong design philosophy tree. Last year, the travails of the car were as follows, right? It wasn't drivable. Understeer settings, the double DRS of years gone by was gonzo. Max Verstappen had the brake bias on -5 and still couldn't steer the car in at low minimum speed, medium duration turns. They had to fix for that, therefore, under the umbrella heading of broadening the operating window. Going into this year, we expected to see an evolution of a car then to fix for those travails. However, 180, stop press, full stop, new paragraph. What they've done is realise that that car last year, the RB20, had downforce points, but what it struggled to do is be drivable. Max Verstappen couldn't steer the bloody car because it was too temperamental, too understeering and traverse into snap oversteer. What they needed is to make that car, that performance curve, more accessible for both Max and Liam. What does that look like then? Apparently, if Christian Horner, Pierre Vacher, Pedromo, Woodley, if they're to be believed, Rob Marshall too, what that looks like isn't a brand new car to the discerning eye. Not the outside bits and bobs, though Christian Horner tells us that they've all changed. What that looks like in real time is changing the underbelly. Those are where the big changes have come. Racing News 365 told us as much a couple of weeks ago that was always going to happen. Pierre Vacher, one of the principal designers of the car, that's what he said, head of technical directoring or whatever he's called. Underneath, the car was completely changed with a view to make it more drivable. So too, they would have attached a flexi wing to there. You can see Sam Collins has done a video on F1.com showing us that you've got the same Mohican wing that McLaren and Lando Norris had at the Italian Grand Prix. Those are your key changes. Madeline, I think that's what Peter Windsor would say. Or something like that. Mercedes, if we talk about Mercedes very quickly, I haven't been watching them too much, but everybody who's been on track, including the boys and girls over at the race, has said that the Mercedes looks very planted. Again, not a dissimilar story to Red Bull, right? The car was fast one of 365 days a year in cooler climes when it was a full moon only. Ergo, their performance curve was very similar to Red Bull. High, but infinitely thin. Almost inaccessible unless within a certain unless it ticked those parameter boxes. Techie than techie things. Apparently those at the track are saying that it looks more planted than it did last year. Easier to drive. Last hour, ether rags in the foot. Well, let's go. Neil says, well, it was Gary Anderson from the race who said it, not McLaren. Miss RS says, oh my God, one of her favourite Turkish. Oh no, I can't do Turkish delight, Miss RS. I cannot. No, I will not. We are T-minus 56 minutes. I hope that synopsis helps, Madeline. I don't know whether that's what Peter Windsor would say exactly word for word, but I think Peter's genius is in his gift to convey in layman terms the key highlights and narrative and plot lines that people want to know without watching, and I think those are the highlights as I understand them. I hope that ticks your box, Madeline. Let me know if I missed anything. Oh my God, another one. Macon, Kimmy looks very smooth. Finally, I can see why people are rating him so highly. You know what? Kimmy looks good. I'll tell you what my problem is with Kimmy Macon. You know, they say about young drivers, don't judge them on their consistency. Judge them on their how bright, even if their flame burns for a very short period of time. Judge them on how bright their flame burns if they're a rookie. Because you've got to learn consistency and all those other things. My problem is the image that endures of Kimi Antonelli is him getting overtaken by Ollie Behrman at Monaco. I'm going to be honest with you. I want to say that he's better than Monaco, and everyone could get overtaken, right? Like it happens. But my problem is getting overtaken around Monaco. I don't think Lewis would let that happen, and I don't think Max would have let that happen at the same age, I'll be honest with you. I genuinely don't think it would have happened to either one of those two drivers, even at that very young age. Getting overtaken, you hear when Max talks about being overtaken around the outside, it's almost like he sees that like a slap in the face, like a P-take per se, like you're being rude. To overtake somebody around the outside is like, the reason why Max will see it as a pit, because you're going to have to travel so much faster because you're covering so much distance, right? So to overtake somebody around the outside is just like, it's a disrespect. It's almost like you take off the glove in the olden times and slap somebody in the other face and turn the other cheek. It is it's a cheeky one to try to overtake somebody around the outside. That's why Max says he'll never allow that to happen, not to him. And I don't hate it. So that Kimi Antonelli last year allowed himself to get overtaken around the outside by Ollie Behrman is an enduring image for me, especially as I'm someone who also sees overtaking around the outside as disrespect. That's the honest truth, chat. Sorry. Just the way I interpret it. The way Max likes his car or setting makes makes it too prone to understeer. And this year's car will face the same problem again, I'm certain. Saw it yesterday. Potentially, Umanch, you've seen something that I didn't see here. James, mouth breather vowels. Wow. How very rude. 318 if you're watching Kagoni, do me a favour and smash a like as we round third base. T minus 52 minutes on the clock. Go on then. Roll call. Carlos, nothing's changing. They're all on bloody race sims, aren't they? Carlos Sainz has been at the top of your timing sheet for the longest time now. Carlos Sainz Williams. When you see that, you just got to call it. You've got to question it, right? You have to question it. Carlos Sainz in a Williams is not the fastest. This is why you can't trust the times. 287 if you're watching Conconi, do me a favour and smash the like, por favor, as we round third base. I probably believe what you just argued more than you, but I am making an entirely different point, and that is that F1 embraces media. Oh my goodness. Crackosaurus, it's too late in the stream to embrace these controversial topics. That would be a polemic that would take us greater or equal to 52 minutes to discover the answers. Or you're not aware of the make and go back and watch it. Type it into the YouTubes and you'll see it. Ollie Behrman overtake on Kimi Antonelli, same car. It's what did I call that bloody turn again? It's the same turn that Alex Verts overtook. Is it Schumacher? Way back in the day. It's not a good look, Macon. I'll tell you that much. This didn't say that Antonelli couldn't still be a champion. But this is my very unique the way in which I ingest potential greatness and judge it therefore. Really just that simple. Similar images, Lance getting beached in Brazil. It's hard to get, 100%. It's hard to erode for those ones. Carlos has a point to prove. Yeah, no, fair play to him. I'm pleased for Carlos. If you can stay atop the timing sheets, I'm not hating on Carlos. Science W20 WDC confirmed. Let's go. Vámonos, Carlito. Carlos Slim, says Stephen. Max equals Lewis equals Max. Max and Lewis, says Safak. I don't hate that, Safak. They've got first ballot Hall of Fame, right? It's just the truth. Mount Rushmore of F1. Oof, what's going on? Isaac Hajar. Isaac. I mean, make any more mistakes today, Isaac? I've seen him go off at least two times at least. Isaac Hajar, aka modern day 2023 Jordanese. Or 2023 Charles Leclerc. Daniel Crackosaurus. DEI is a joke. Oh my gosh, you guys are getting so bad. You guys are desperately trying to draw me into some political debates, eh? Because my comparison, other than performance, is useless. No one should care about the first female this, first hetero, first trans that. Performance is the only real metric. Go on then, Daniel. I'm going to engage you on this. One time and one time only. Don't hate me. I'm going to try and depoliticize this topic in the way that I address it. However, Daniel, I will see that and raise you this. I agree with you that these things should be meritocratic. It should be. But let me give you an example, right? How, if you look at C-suite execs in the UK, I don't know what's going on with me here. I think I'm just tired and stressed while I keep scratching. Let me see you that and raise you this, Daniel's a thought experiment. If in the UK, look, in the UK, the split between men and women is roughly 50-50, right? So if what you're saying, Daniel, that meritocracy, that competence is all that matters. If you look at C-suites, so like the upper echelons of any like financial services, for example, the organisations for whom I've worked all my life, if you look at the top level of these organisations, you'd roughly expect to see an even divide, right, of men and women, just based upon the population, the demographic in the UK. You do not. I want to say it's anywhere between 70 and 75% of your chief execs, your COOs, your CTOs are men. I would argue, Daniel, that I'm not going to answer your question here, but I would argue that that's not just because men are better than women. There you go, full stop, new paragraph. There's something else at play, and DEI, although it's not perfect as a system, but as a theory, that's what DEI is hoping to solve, right? The disparity in the way that I'll stick to gender/sex. There is no way that 75% of men are there just based on merit. It's something going on there, Daniel. I don't want to get too deep into it, but what's Umant saying? I so want Oscar to school Norris, please. The racing gods hear my prayers. Oof. Oof. Jomo, you're a legend. To everyone who's bit, Jomo, different legend of a different caliber, moderator extraordinaire. I mean, Max won 19 of 22 races in 2023. Agreed. He did do that. That's not bad. I've seen exactly the same in it. Cracker sauce. You understand what I'm talking about then, cracker sauce? I would argue, without being able to prove definitively, I would argue, and even then, Scroopy, Ralph Schumacher, right, is the first homosexual. Most women don't want to be CEO. Travis, what are you doing there? I'm not sure that I know that to be true. It's not only down to merit, it's absolute performance, but also down to different personalities on average being gender. So I would argue that will come into there as well, Hans. That will come into there. Of course it will. But I would argue that the vast is too techy already. There are many reasons. Most women have to choose between raising a family. Also, Micah, but that's not fair, is it? That women have to choose. The iniquities of society. It's too techy this already. I've just left the question there, Daniel. I would just argue that that's not indicative of what the world being a meritocracy. And if you talk to I've seen some really competent women that just don't make it for whatever reason. I saw an interview of a female business owner who admitted that she preferred hiring. Yeah, no, I saw the same interview, Neil, because she knew that they can't get pregnant and wouldn't have to go. How bad is that? I mean, there's your proof. There's your proof positive, Neil, right? That it's not just meritocratic. I agree, men are not better, says Daniel, but it's more to it. Women choose the same jobs now as did 100+ years ago. We are different. I'm not saying anything against women. We are different, but I don't know. Anyway. Tread carefully, Cameron. Unless you want the... I know, Hans. Sometimes you got to shoot straight and true, Hans. Do you know what I mean? Or Hans, sorry. Look at me mispronunciating. Yeah, we're into witching hour now, I think. Are you an accountant? My grandmother managed offshore accounts here in the Bahamas. I am indeed, Ryan. Not a bean counter, though. Like, not a financial accountant. Just a noddy management accountant. Ergo, I just pull together sexy Excel spreadsheets and present them to C-suite execs, the likes of whom we were just talking about. Agreed, truth, value and objectivity, Andrew. Every single juncture, you're a legend, Hans. 45%. I don't believe it, Stephen. I think it's less than that, mate. Last time I checked, at least. Let's go, Kayla. Science looking nice up there. I know, but it's not true, is it? Crackosaurus, I know some. I know some just like your wife, but they're the exception that prove the rule, right? Yeah, no, I agree with you, Miss RS. Safak is legendary in her balance. It's rare that you get an F1 fan that can just respect. Sorry, I'm just looking at my phone here. I'm reading your comments though. I'm not Oh, C-suite is a locker room. Go on then, let's have a gander. We are rounding third base. How long left, chat? Bloody Nora. 43 minutes. Are we there yet, chat? Are we there yet? Turned her cart down. Verstappen's mum gave up karting, so did his sister. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, to raise a family. Is that fair, chat? Even between minutes. Kayla says, can I get a short summary of what's been going on this session? I haven't been watching. Kayla, I just gave a brilliant synopsis, I would argue. I was challenged by Madeline, who wanted a review from Mr. Windsor. And I tried to give the Mr. Windsor synopsis. Okay, what's happened in summary this session? Let's do today, over the today's sessions. I've just done it, haven't I? Come on. I just did it, Kayla. I will repeat. It must be love, Kayla, because I'm not in the habit of repeating myself. Here's today's session in a nutshell. The key highlights are as follows. Lewis, remember on the back going into today, the question was, has Lewis lost it? He was a second adrift of his teammate Charles Leclerc, notwithstanding changeable variables. Questions, did he have was his car heavier? Did he have more fuel in the car yesterday than Charles? Were they on the same strategy? Was Lewis doing longer runs? Did Charles do a glory run? Well, we got that answer today when Lewis went purple early in the session in the morning. That's your first thing. Ergo, it looks like on the evidence of today that Lewis hasn't lost it necessarily and isn't as far as his prime, past his prime at least, as many would have you believe on the back of yesterday's evidence. People worried that the acclimatization process for Lewis Hamilton in that Ferrari was taking longer than expected. By dint of the evidence of today, that's nonsense and you can dismiss that out of hand. Secondly, Red Bull. In the car today, you've got Liam Lawson all day. Max Verstappen will be doing tomorrow. The reason being because Max Verstappen wants to do the final day, allow the other driver to do the heavy lifting on the second day. Max Verstappen then tomorrow will get the Red Bull at a greater stage, a stage further along in its preparation and preparedness than Liam Lawson has it today. Liam's been struggling, not necessarily because of his driving or the temperamental, no mercurial nature of the RB21. He's been struggling because of the reliability of the car. Red Bull have spent most of the time tinkering with it as per the bloody Sky F1 broadcast now. He's about to come out and get some lap time, but this is like one of the only times all day. Red Bull have been tinkering just as McLaren were yesterday. Oh, and by the way, McLaren yesterday were doing the Berlin human wall. Final thing that nobody noticed. When Lando pulled into the garage, McLaren's pit crew gathered around the car as if they were hiding a secret. A photographer was seen trying to get a cheeky shot of the camera, and the pit crew were jumping up like this to prevent him. Zach Brown was asked about the car. Is that car that we saw, the MCL39, exactly the same car that we're expected to see in Australia in a couple of weeks' time? Zach Brown answered as honest as you would expect him to do. He said, there are some things that you won't have seen on the car because I haven't seen photographs of it just yet. Ergo, McLaren have themselves a secret that hasn't been unveiled yet. We don't know what it is. An engine cover maybe, suspension tinkering with potentially, flexi-wing. They were tinkering with a flexi-wing yesterday, sticking something on it, taking something off as we get Liam Lawson come out for one of the first times this afternoon. Anti-dive. Flexi-wing. The shots come out of Flexi-wing on the Red Bull yesterday. Sam Collins on F1.com. That's important. Again, if you're waterfalling for the differential in performance between McLaren and Red Bull last year, you've got to talk about the Flexi-wing that McLaren had by dint of Rob Marshall, him being the last wing bender, by dint of the fact that that was something that Red Bull didn't have because they didn't have financial resources according to Christian Horner and Pierre Vacher. Cost cap settings. This year, though, they have it. We have footage of the onboard, the T camera of the RB21, and you've got the Mohican front wing doing one of these, exactly as did Lando Norris's last year at the Italian Grand Prix. So too, Mercedes, not necessarily the quickest, but one of the easiest to drive by all consensus or accounts even. The race, sitting there at turn 10, they say that Mercedes looks really, really good to drive. Quickest lap, Carlos Sainz. But again, that seats to me. That looks like proof positive that some of these that are doing glory runs, because nobody's going to tell me that Williams in the hands of Carlos Sainz is going to be anywhere near the quickest car this year. So too, you have Isaac Ajar struggling with the handling dynamic of that car, wrestling, notwithstanding Alex Brundle saying he was the quickest F2 driver last year, struggling early on in his tenure in accordance with what so many F1 insiders have said is it's going to be a difficult tenure for Isaac. Antonelli went quickest earlier on. Russell betted him by a couple hundredths, I want to say. Again, indicative for me of the fact that Antonelli going on glory runs. Worth noting also, Ted Kravitz said that Aston Martin yesterday have come along. I don't see it, if I'm being honest with you. Don't see it. Thank you, Nisco. I appreciate you saying that. My insecurity thanks you. Because Shez has been a bit disparaging. Sorry, that's a summary, I think. Any other plot lines? No, it's mainly been Ferrari 8. Mainly Ferrari, mainly Red Bull, mainly McLaren. But McLaren haven't been without their technical foibles. They've been tinkering again today. Not a lot of track time from them. So those are the key highlights. Kayla, I hope that ticks your box. I did it for Madeline earlier, and I asked Madeline whether that ticked her Peter Windsor box, and Madeline didn't even come back to me. Cheers, Madeline. You know what I mean? Thanks. 357 of you watching concurrently as we're about to round third base. T-minus 36 minutes on the clock. Currently, and still reigning world champion of all things testing, Carlos Sainz Jr., man from Madrid, on 129.348. His nearest makes no difference. 129.3. We round down 1 decimal place settings. So too, Karun talking about confidence under braking, Sir Lewis. Oh, hang on, we're comparing, all right, more straight line speed as well. Ferrari, lest we forget, that their engine curve or their power curve, they're going quicker, right? Greater maximal velocity, some say, on the evidence of yesterday's. I need this F1 TV Pro, so I could do a deep dive into this testing analysis with our old mates. No, you're welcome, Kayla. Guys, what happened so far? Nisco, don't do that, Nisco. Well, you not just did? I just did that for Kayla. I can't repeat myself again. Thoughts on sprint weekend, says Micah. Rewind a little bit, Nisco. I just went through twice. So I went through the entire testing synopsis of for our old mate Madeline, who wants to know what Peter Windsor would say about testing. And then we did just today about 30 seconds ago for Kayla. I'd love to repeat myself a third time, but I don't want to. First sprint of 2025 is China. Let's go. Cameron, we need you tomorrow in the morning session, Governor. Please get proper. I know, Umanch, I'm going to try and do the full day. I will try. If not, it will be just the afternoon, but I'll see. I'll see how early I can get to bed. But the little man keeps me up. Flovis helps them see the airflow over and around the car. Agreed. Who asked the question on Flovis? What's on sprint weekends, Micah? It's one of those ones. There is a difference between theory and practice, right? So it looks really good on paper, but it needs a bit of tinkering with. I don't think the sprint weekends are still in their final format, not just yet, final form even. A reverse grip, try something F1. You know what I mean? Tinker with the format. I rate that. Listen, I'm not sure that I agree with the 2 stops, the mandatory 2 stops in Monaco, but try something now. The format's as old as the hills as it stands at the moment. Roll the dice sometimes. Got to evolve with the times. It's 2025 for Pete's sake. You can't still have the same format. Carlos Sainz on a cheek. Isaac Ajar goes green. And Carlos Sainz is on one again, right? Yeah, Leclerc getting those laps in. Go on then, chat. You're gonna have to talk amongst yourselves again. Like Arnold, chat. I'll be back. We ride at dawn, chat. T minus 31 minutes and 56 seconds on the docket. Currently, Carlos Sainz still nailing it, eh? I don't know what I know I've just gone for a cheeky synopsis of the altar of Kayla, but I don't know what the lessons are. I almost want to hear. It's a shame that Martin's not there, like trackside, so we can talk us through the balance of the respective cars. I don't know if Alex gives us that level of insight. When Martin gets his hands out and starts Max explaining to us, I love it. It's proper. But now I've got to wait for bloody Elvis has left the street. Let's go. Elvis has left the building. Little man and Miss Cameron Comfort. No, you're a legend. Nobody. No behaviour. So I know what you mean, nobody. But this is the life. This is the life that we chose. This is the life that we chose. 258 of you stalwarts, legends, elated peddlers, moderators extraordinaire, F1 fans from the community, grey-bearded, purists and casuals alike. We are rounding third base. We have T minus 30 minutes. It's going to get techie, chat. It is going to get techie going forward. I just want to know who's going to win. Go on then. With that firmly in mind, front and centre, as the central tenant for our reason to be here. Let's see what the bookmakers are saying. I don't think you get that much information. Go on, the Lando Norris is still favourite to win the Australian Grand Prix. 4/15. 26. Oh, there we go. Gabriel's been quicker both sessions, both days, as versus Nico Hulkenberg. However, he's done both evening sessions where the track is cooler, right? And so therefore, we would expect Bartoletta. Can you imagine Ted Kravitz hypothesizing that Nico Hulkenberg could get outraced by rookie Gabriel Bartoletta? Mr. Alan Prost settings. Go on then. Lando Norris is still favourite to win the Australian Grand Prix. 26.666% recurring. And then Max is 25% for the Drivers' Championship. No change. Look at that. What's going on here? 28.5% for Lando Norris and 25% for... I just don't trust it. I don't trust these odds. I think it's a lie. I mean, the assumption therefore is that... tell a lie. Tell a lie. Tell a lie, chat. Tell a lie. The odds have changed. Sorry. The odds have changed, haven't they? Oh, Lando's a bigger favourite now. Oh, go away, Crofty. Why is Crofty stealing my thunder here? I'm calling plagiarism. I'm not having that. He's talking about... I think Crofty's listening to us in real time because he's talking about odds now. You joker. Okay, you can still get 25% on Max. So Lando's still favourite to win, yeah? I don't know what that's founded upon. I'm going to be honest, Sheldon, you're an absolute legend. Thank you for that. WC qualifying just ended. Ferrari on pole in hypercar. McLaren on pole in GT3. Ford set to join WC in 08, possibly. Right in time for the Max Verstappen switch. Switch to where though, Sheldon? Switch to WC or switch to Aston Martin? It's all dependent, right, on how fast this car is. Sheldon, you're an absolute legend, by the way. I'm far too kind. When we vote for future winner, we vote for our favourite or a change that would entertain us. That's not accurate. Prime Max gets 51%, by the way. Look at that. 352 vote. I'm going to leave that up there because it's a contentious one. I don't know which of those I'd vote for. I'm going to tell you the truth. Going to watch Quali later. Yeah, no, me too, Cheap. But I'm going to try and dial in, but I need to go to bed. You guys do well to watch all these different formula. I wish that I had time, chat. I need to go away and deep dive for what's going on, and then we've got the shakedown later on. Go on, I'm gonna I'm going to ask you about the shakedown now. You guys need to let me know. This is a less contentious vote, but shakedown later. You guys let me know which one you want, because I'm influenced. I'm at your behest. I'm here to serve. Go on there, Ted. Ted sounds like he's about to swear. 347 of you watching concurrently as around third base. T-minus 26 minutes and 20 seconds on the docket. Carlos Sainz still tops your timing sheet. Dominant display from the Williams bod. Doing a glory run, driving in anger and then driving back to the pits and appearing to be disappointed. Of course, as a function of some of the unforced errors that he's made during his push lap, maybe. What's the time there? 9:04 in New Delhi. Let's go, March. It is 1534. 1534? 100 hours? I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to say the time. Why don't I just say 25 to 4? I mean, come on, Cameron. Human wall settings for Haas. Donate that. Do not hate that. You're a legend. You're a legend, Dan, and appreciate that. It's almost like the stream is less work. Once you put it out, it's gone into the ether and you can't really... 9:04 p.m. in March. Oof. Dedication. What's happening here, says M. Londi. Oh, with the Haas. Haas are doing what McLaren did last session. And hiding the car. Berlin human wall settings. Max is going to run a GT3. Yeah, he's already said that he's going to run a team. I thought it was a sim team though, would he? A Verstappen red line or whatever he's going to call it. Love that there were just as many. Lewis to Max. I know 1-5 Darcy. Like, I love that too. This is the point of the chat. We've got to be able to, one and all, we've got to be able to have these conversations. We have to. I mean, it will get techie at some point in the season, but we need to come here and have a conversation that's balanced and respectful and argumentative and techie than techie things. I say video to cut out your little slack. I assume it's easier to write a script. No, so we're just going to be arguing. I might just do it live, to be honest. I might just schedule the stream now. 8:15. We'll go live at 8:15 for 45 minutes and then argue. No Max or Lewis haters. 100% Safat. Like, what are we doing here? It has to be that. It just has to be. I can't deal with the muggles and the fundamentalists. It just ruins the sport for everyone, brings it into disrepute. T-minus 23 minutes and 18 seconds as we round third base. Carlos Sainz has the whip hand. It's been an interesting session. Lots of reliability and tinkering issues from both the key protagonists in McLaren and the Bulls that are red, and that has to mean something, guy. It has to mean something, I think. 313 of you watching concurrently. I thought we would get a load of 4. Do you remember yesterday when it was 444 each and every single juncture? Chaos. Chaos settings. The racing gods are watching me and my proclivity to blaspheme against Sir Lewis Hamilton, eh? They were watching. They are watching. How very dare you come with so much truth and objectivity, Cameron? Behave yourself, mate. Macon, you were the host. You were appreciated. In fact, no. Listen, it's you guys, Macon. I can't. If you hate Max or Lewis, you don't. Very good. Very well said, Umarch. There are mutually exclusive entities, are those that you just described. The Williams looked aerodynamically signed from the get-go. Could be legitimately fast. Crackosaurus. The problem with that is Crackosaurus. Does that align with James Vowles as a team principal and Williams as an entity, who have said that they're focused on 2026. Albon said it again today, didn't he? Macon, legend, too kind, sir, as always. And mate, do not send me any more pictures of your NSX, please. The jealousy, the envy. Oh my gosh. And the picture is a good one as well. Almost as stealthy as the car. I want a car. I want to buy a car. Norris on a quick one. Oh, yeah. Green, he's gone. He's just gone green. 29.0. Another green sector from Lando in sector 2. 38.4. Planted, isn't it? Look at this now, chat. You hear the verbiage that they're using, the adjectives that they're using to describe this MCL39 as we watch it go round. It is planted, isn't it? There's anti-dive, anti-squat on fleek here. Let's have a look at the lap time. Oh my gosh, he abandoned it. Look at that. Keep your powder dry. They're gonna do pick. Go on then. Get a photographer in there, chat. Oh wow, he's gone again. Oof. Yeah, that pit stop was chaos. Did you see the pit stop, chat? 1 point something seconds. I'd be keen to get a stopwatch on that from McLaren, you know. I think they're coming to get it. I don't know whether they'll be able to climb Mount Max Verstappen is a very different entity, a different proposition. But they look and feel like a team who's not messing around, and hopefully they've learned from their mistakes. The litmus test for that will be when Lando puts it on pole. I've said this before, but I'll say it again for the sake. It will be when Lando qualifies on pole and Max Verstappen qualifies second row or first row in second. How does Lando manage for that? Because normally Lando just points his car straight. What? Yeah, it'll be about 8:15. Safat. Not that, listen, no obligation. I'm doing loads of streams. If you can't join, then do you know what I mean? I cannot prejudice nor discriminate. Is the honest truth. We'll find out in Australia, says Crackosaurus. Go on, let's have a look at. Oh no, not Lando show. Go on, let's have a look at Lando. So he's on an outlap now. The car does look I will be honest. The car it looks settled, doesn't it? If you're talking easiest car to drive as opposed to quickest, you've got to go. It probably is McLaren, but I mean, in the hands of Max Verstappen, anything is possible, eh? Isaac struggling. Look at Isaac. I love these onboards, chat. The onboard just gives everything away. Tells you how easy or hard the car is to drive. Everything about your handling dynamic. What I disapprove of is that T-Cam is too low for us to see the front wing and what it's doing, especially given that we're in a flexi-wing era, and especially given the fact that McLaren won the World Constructors' Championship last year by dint of their ability to leverage themselves a cheeky flexi-wing. Jekyll and Hyde characteristics. Quick and draggy or slippy even. Slippery on the straights, and then nice and draggy in the corners. Jekyll and Hyde settings is what that flexi front wing gives you the option to leverage. How do you correct that? What you need, no more than less understeer, chap. What you need is to dial the throttle in at the right time. That's what you need. 400 of you watching concurrently as you round third base. T minus 17 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Scroopy. Cam doesn't believe Ferrari. You know the honest truth. I tell you what, Tick Short. Let me tell you what I think about Ferrari. I remember 12 months ago. Listen, I hope they can deliver upon the promise. I do, because the F1 will be a better sport, a better spectacle, more entertaining for their presence. However, for F1, I can't remember my name, but for F1, coincidentally and counterintuitively, I have the memory of an elephant. This time last year, I remember people asking the bods at Ferrari, the boys and girls, why aren't you going to do push rod at the front? Red Bull, in collaboration with Adrian Newey, have showed you that you need to sort out. Hang on. I always get it the wrong way round. Let me work this out. Push, pull. I think it's pull at the front, isn't it? 1 second. Bear with. This push rod, pull rod stuff is so hard. It's pull at the front. They were running push before, and they're running pull now. Yeah, bang. So, all right, that's it. There's a way of remembering that, but I flopped it in the heat of the moment. Right, 12 months ago, everybody was saying that they should amend from their front suspension, which was a push rod, change to pull rod. Why? Because Red Bull and Adrian Newey have showed you the meta. Copy the cleverest person in the class's homework now. Is that too simple a modus operandi, chat? If Adrian Newey said that push rod at the back and pull rod is the way to go, and you see the devastation that RB20 wreaked havoc, or the RB19 even wreaked upon the other 18 cars on the grid, then copy it as Mercedes did, as McLaren did. That's the way to go, right? Because you have the aerodynamic landscape at the back, using which you could do some sexy things. Is it more difficult to fix? Yeah, of course it is. But just put the bloody pull rod at the front. No, said Ferrari. No, we're going to continue. I don't care if the RB19 with push at the back and pull at the front run roughshod over the rest of the grid. We're going to continue to tread our own path, said Scuderia Ferrari. T-minus 15 minutes left on the docket. That's what Ferrari said then. To which the F1 community said, hang on, Ferrari, are you experts in failure? Are you going to continue to seize defeat from the jaws of victory? I don't care what you've seen. I don't care what you've seen in the bloody CFD and wind tunnel. Have a look what's going on track, mate. What's going on track is that you've got the RB19, which was the most dominant package that we've ever seen in F1 history. Copy it then. It's very simple. Ferrari. Oh, no, we're going to continue to bark up our own design philosophy tree. We've seen some good... I said, all right, then, cool. Maybe they've seen something. To which some people said, well, it doesn't really matter. Pull push is like a bit of a misnomer in a sport where every millisecond counts. I don't want to hear that from Ferrari. Much to my rancor and unimpressed. Do you know what I mean? My disillusion. Ferrari did continue to bark up their design philosophy tree. And only in the final year of these rules and regulation did they say, actually, you know what? There might be some advantage from going pull rod at the front, push rod at the back. We'll change it. What are we doing? I think this is ridiculous. They were a hair's breadth away last year from winning the Constructors. You're not going to tell me that if they changed it then, that they wouldn't have silverware last year. Honestly, Ferrari are experts in defeat. Not quite as bad as McLaren last year, but yet and still, they're the goats at seizing defeat from the maws, no jaws of victory. As example, as your case in point, your exhibit A, please see last year the fact that Scuderia Ferrari ran with push rod both at the front and the rear. What are we doing? Pull rod is less messy in the front. Throw to the front. Exactly, Woody. And what are we doing in ground effect cars? What are we looking to achieve? Stupid. I don't know. So I don't trust them. That's why I don't trust Ferrari still, is the honest truth. Got the memory of an elephant. Lest we forget. Bloody Nora, Lando, yeah? Green. What's going on here? I think their timing is broken. Fastest of anyone. 38.175 from Lando. Oh, glory run. Is he going to give it up? They sent him out to do something, didn't they? No, cross the line. No, he's... Oh, shoot. Look at that. Glory sector 2. 38.1. I need to see the bloody other middle sectors is the problem. Right, chat, I'm going to do something here. I need to do something. It looks planted, says Curran. It does look very hooked up. I really want to look at the bloody quickest sectors. I really want to look. Anytime I see a purple, I need to compare it. Bear with me, chat. I'm just going to do something very naughty. Very, very, very naughty. Bear with, I promise you. Isaac Hajar. Bear with, chat. I promise I'm coming. Here we go. Apologies, chat. I just need to get all the bloody timings gone. And let's have a gander. So Lando Norris set his best. Bloody Nora. Carlos Sainz with the best sector 1. 28.731. And the best sector 3. 22.8. Steady on, Carlos. I know he had the quickest lap, so what else was I expecting? Look at that. 38.175. But ironically, less than half a tenth quicker than Carlos. But it's the ease with which he just went and delivered that. And again, purple sector through the speed trap from Lando Norris. Bloody Nora. It's the way that they're just doing it. It's just there on tap for them, isn't it? Go on then, Carlos. Oh, it feels like we're into qualifying, eh? T minus 9 minutes and 30. I feel like we've got qualifying on our hands. Go on, let's look at the times for the speed trap. Speed trap times, I think, will tell us all that we need to know about fuel loads. So that Lando did 322 kilometers an hour through the speed trap just now. Tells you that he was on low fuel. Gasly, 320 kilometers per hour through the speed trap's his best time again. Potentially done his time on low fuel. That's why he's so high. Ironically, Jack Doohan, only 315 kilometers. So how was he so quick? On a 130.368. Huh. Interesting. Is Jack Doohan quick? All of a sudden. Carlos Sainz with a speed trap at 317 kilometers an hour again. Smacks of low fuel. Leclerc, however, up there on a 129.431, having done 314 kilometers through the speed trap an hour. Meaning, therefore, I think there's a lot more speed in Charles Leclerc there because it feels like and smells like he had a bit of fuel in the car. Fernando Alonso again doing just pure race sims, 312 kilometers through the speed trap. Interesting, chat. Very interesting. These give away the game, the GOAT, as far as how much fuel they're using and how heavy their car is as a function of how quick or slow they are through the speed trap. How do you like them apples? But Cameron, why is Max in the thumbnail? Oh no, sorry, I apologise. I just rolled it forward. Does it matter, Peter? No, he's not driving today at all. Lewis even lower top speed. No, he was higher than oh yeah, he was lower. Higher than Charles. Lewis's top speed for the speed trap, 316 kilometers. So bridging that of Sainz and Leclerc, meaning probably had a little bit less fuel in his car than Charles. I'd love to adjust for fuel here. 129.379 from Lewis and 129.4. Wow, Ted Kravitz saying very solid race run again from Lando. It's their long run that will scare the others. Yeah, but the other 9 teams will be looking at Lando over the race runs. The long run yesterday, again, remember, averaging yesterday as we round third base, the average from Lando on the C2s. Let me get it up so I can steady on Cameron. Right, C3s yesterday. I need to go and do a deep dive on Lando's long run pace today. However, yesterday on the C3s, if you take all of his quickest laps and normalise for the anomalies, you have on the C3s, the medium compounds, Lando averaged a 32.87. Max averaged a 132.75, meaning that in that instance, over the course of 7 laps, Max Verstappen was 0.11 quicker, so a tenth in the rounding. On the C2, however, if you take the 11 laps that were set around the same period, in the same circumstances, as far as track temp and ambiance, critical, wind to around here, turn 10 as an example, your average from Lando on the C2 this time was a 33.27. Max, a 33.28. There was less than a thousandth between them, averaging over their long run over the course of 11 laps. Race pace on the C2 tyre, it's going to be techie. I think Red Bull might have the advantage in qualifying though, on that C3 tyre on the soft compound. But remember, that's in line, right, with what we know is in it. Do you remember last year, all time last year, there was something embedded within that design philosophy of the MCL38 that meant this. Oh gosh, we get into it, chat. We get into it. Look, forgive the speed. Let me tell you this. Do you remember last year, again, memory of an elephant as far as all things F1's concerned, but can't even remember my own son's birthday. Crack on, Cameron, but as you were. Do you remember last year, there was a reason why Lando struggled to hold off Max Verstappen? That reason was because the RB20 was brilliant at switching on its tyres quick. That's why going into turn 1 and trying to fend off Max on lap 1, every single time Lando struggled, because there was something in that McLaren that meant that turning on its tyres took longer. Each and every single time though, or at least 9 times out of 10, Lando would always come back towards the end of the stint. Because Red Bull could turn on its tyres quicker, the RB20 iteration of, that meant that at the end of the first stint, it had degged its tyres more. And therefore, Lando in the McLaren would always come back. The delta between Max and Lando at the end of the stint would always do one of these. The gap between them was like an elastic band. Red Bull would turn on its tyres quicker, and then Max would either overtake and or gap a Lando Norris, and then towards the end of the stint, Lando Norris would always catch up. Maybe that's what we're seeing here. And the fact that Lando on the C3 is slower, and then Max on the C2s, Lando on the C3 is slower than Max to the tune of a tenth. Oh, it's so close though, eh? C2s less than a thousandth of a difference. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I'm trying to draw some meaningful conclusions. It is going to be hectic, shock. I don't know. McLaren do really well on the harder tyre. Yeah, that's it, eh? That's why Max is quicker to a tenth. Tenth is meaningful. I think that's what we saw yesterday in Sector 1 as well. Remember Sector 1 when they were both going balls out? 28.952 from Max when he went hard, purple. And then conversely, 29.152 in Sector 1 from Lando. I think it's going to be a struggle. I think Lando's going to be quicker in the race, you know. But I think he might struggle to get past. I think he might struggle to put it on pole. I think Red Bull have it's an extension of it. Yeah, I mean, a leopard don't change its spots, eh? I think it's an extension of what we saw last year. I truly believe that. Potentially. I mean, none of this is definitive, eh? I might be pulling at, this might be a epiphany. I might be pulling at threads. Yes, I finally agree on something. Lando's end of stint pay. Do you remember, Neil? Oh, we're hitting on something. Red flag settings. Yeah. Max would gap him. Max would overtake him early or gap him off the line. and then pull a small gap. But then like 9 times out of 10 towards the end of the stint, the McLaren in the hands of Lando would close on Max. Oh my gosh, right. Chat. Interesting conclusions, eh? I hope we're adding value out here, chat, and preparing for the start of the season. We are rounding third base. There are T-1 minute 41 on the clock. We'll have to talk about that later. Insightful from your boy Cameron. I remember now. On the C3, Max Verstappen has the upper hand. On the C2, potentially, Lando Norris, aka Lando Norris, aka Lando, I'll leave my door open. Norris. T-minus 80 seconds on the clock. Bloody Nora. I feel inspired, chat. Let's see Max's pace tomorrow. It'll be quicker on the C3s, but probably not as quick on the C2s. I hope it's Max. Well, it will be Max. It's Max all day tomorrow, right? So at some point you'll see Max and Lando head to head. And hopefully during the final session, we'll get some proper, we'll get some glory laps. Oh, the humanity. What are we doing? I love it too much. This is good, chat. I've enjoyed this. I've thoroughly enjoyed each and every single set. They're all queuing up, and they're going to go out and do some. I'll stay for the dummy starts. They'll go out and get some start practicing. When they put the hards on, it was Lando's race. Red Bull or rubber. Yeah, they don't tuck that right, yeah. So I think it's tyre deg, isn't it? It's the ability to turn on the tyres quick and expedite. For that. I don't know. No, I'll be jumping on Lando will be jumping on Max's jet, surely. Best of friends. We want the same thing. But they'll be all right. Lando and Max are still mates. Do you know what I mean? They are still mates. Right, chat. I'm gonna run actually. If I'm chatting with Baxter and Shez later. If you can, please try and. I'm gonna try and do the shakedown later on. 8 PM. We'll have a quick chat once I've uncovered what I can uncover. Had a chat to some friends and some sources to see what I hear about the performance in summary and synopsis today. We'll talk at 8 PM. We'll go shakedown 8:15 till 9 PM straight after, like 8:20 or maybe even 8:30. Give myself a little bit of a break. And then, hopefully, chat, if your boy Cameron can get himself some shut-eye tonight, we ride at dawn, 6:30, final day of testing. Oh, the humanity. I don't know if I'm going to do a double stream tomorrow because I don't know if I'll have bandwidth. Ironically, though, having the glasses on helps. My vision's not as bloody blurry. You guys are legends. I will see you in T-4 hours for a cheeky rundown of the takeaways of the second day of testing at Sakhir International Circuit, Bahrain Grand Prix, F1 2025. Between now and next time, as always, remember to look, but never stare.